Las Vegas. I think we'll have to, because I did have this up and running yesterday. I think we'll just have to refresh the screen, maybe. Oh, it's live now. So just go ahead and.
I just hit refresh and it hit the link.
Yes. And then you can use it.
I don't need it. That's the thing. If you can, it's fine. That.
Oh, that's good. That's another meeting.
No, I just hit the J.
That's funny. Okay.
So just like that? Yes, please.
You're welcome. Oh, I got the same thing too when I did it. How funny. I got that same crazy.
This says September 22nd, 2018.
Okay, so close that. How do we go back to the? There it is. So just maybe we'll just leave it on that until we hear from them.
I'm glad you understand all this.
I don't. I just keep clicking, which is not good, but that's what I do. I can turn it down.
Yeah.
It's always it's always something. Turn it up, turn it down.
Las Vegas, are you there? Is that Vegas?
This is Vegas.
Thank you. And Elko, I can hear you, yes?
Yeah, Elko's on.
Wonderful. Thank you.
One thing is, I don't know where mute is on this phone.
Huh? No, no. I was looking up because I like to know who's here, see Chet's here now. I had asked. You know what? I keep forgetting who it is. I haven't watched whether that video. Did you see them set up?
That's gonna be
That's the main. Okay. That's probably a bigger deal than anything.
Oh, there is this one. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't find the mute button, so. I'm going to play around, and if I drop
Okay.
off, Natalie, will you tell Brandy before we start that she's got to connect with me again?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're not ready. We're gonna test something real quick. But Vegas and Elko are on the line. We're gonna test his projection. Is that good? How you want it to look? That's how you want it to look? Okay.
If everyone could find their seats, we can get started, please.
Just a second, I gotta get.
We'll go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Saturday, January 26, 2019. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Cavilla, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Get the roll call of the commission, please.
Chairman Johnston,
Here.
Vice Chairman Valentine,
Here.
Commissioner Alberg, Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Cavilla, Commissioner East, Commissioner Hubbs, Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Keel.
Thank you. Would you please, with the county advisory boards who are in attendance, please announce their presence?
Bob Rittenhouse, Douglas County. Paul Dixon Park. Jackson Alexander. Scott Williams Lander. Paul Meredith Lander. Orlando Lincoln. E. Robinson Washington.
Chrissy Pope, 9.
Dean Green, American State. Steve Marcus Spotlight. Joe Green, Virgin. Glenn Bunch, Mineral.
Thank you. And I guess I'm assuming there are none. Are there any CAB members in attendance in Las Vegas or Elko?
There are none in Elko, just me here.
And that is where?
Elko, I'm sorry.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 14, the approval of the agenda. Chairman Johnston, for possible action, the commission will review the agenda, may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Any comments on the agenda? Any public comment in Las Vegas on the approval of the agenda? They were muted. Any public comment on the agenda in Las Vegas? Can Las Vegas hear us? I think somebody has their mic on.
Las Vegas just sent me a text message, says they're on. Vegas, can you hear us?
Any public comment in Elko on the agenda?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you.
Vegas, can you hear us?
Okay, there's no public comment from Vegas.
Can they hear us? They can hear us, but we can't hear them. Okay. Well, if no public comment in Las Vegas, any public comment in Reno on agenda item 14, approval of the agenda? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented by Commissioner Barnes with a second by Commissioner East. All in favor signify saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move on to agenda item number 15, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairman Johnson and Secretary Wasley, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. Any member items or announcements? Commissioner Valentine.
Yesterday afternoon, I received a call from Mr. Greg Wells from Las Vegas, and he has some current concerns about the overlap between the youth hunts and the late season hunts in units 22 and 20 and 13. I just wanted to disclose that.
Thank you. Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, I just wanted to disclose a couple pieces of written correspondence that I received that I did not see other commissioners copied on. I went through my email last night. I received one from Kathy Smith on behalf of No Bear Hunt. That was.
Sorry to interrupt, this is Las Vegas, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of No Bear Hunt, correspondence from Miss Debbie Bullock, Miss Bobby McCullum, and from Don Moldy concerning the mountain lions. And I see that there's some information up here, and it was similar to what was sent to me directly concerning trapping.
Thank you. Commissioner Olmberg.
I also had some additional correspondence that I didn't see. It was on the list from Jonathan Lesbrunts as well.
Thank you. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too received additional correspondence from Dwight Lindquist with Bristlecone Guide and Outfitters, indicated his inability to attend and indicated that Mitch Bizzetti would speak on his behalf, so his voice and topics are expressed by Mitch. One other item under the general heading of announcements. Of course, in May, we have a public employee appreciation week and effort. But the department is certainly trying to shine a light on some of our longer tenured employees, and as we move around the state and have commission meetings in various areas, I'd like to try to call out some individuals who are hitting key tenure landmarks. Since we're here in Reno, I just wanted to acknowledge 3 employees that'll be hitting 25 years this year, including Kim Tisdale, the regional supervisor, fisheries supervisor, John Swisher, a regional law enforcement investigator, and Carl Lackey, a regional biologist, will all hit 25 years. We have 2 employees working in this part of the state that'll hit 30 years this year. The first is Maureen Hullinger. Many of you know Maureen. She's not here today, but if you do see her at a future meeting or you know her, feel free to reach out and just acknowledge her 30-year mark. And then also with us today, Mike Scott will also be hitting his 30 years this year. So we'll honor all these individuals more appropriately in conjunction with the Public Employees Appreciation Week. Mike had no idea we were going to call him out, but I just want to give him a shout out. 30 years is a certainly worthy of a little shout out. So just want to put that on your radar, and we'll acknowledge them and others in a more appropriate fashion later. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other member items? With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 16, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife member items. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items here in Reno?
Good morning, thank you. Steve Robinson, Washoe. At the last meeting, we brought to your attention a secretarial memo from Secretary Zinke concerning the ability for the state to manage wildlife on all lands, and I have the memo here. For the subject, State Fish and Wildlife Management Authority on Department of Interior Lands and Waters. And we brought this to attention as we've last couple sessions asked to allow lion hunting on the Sheldon, to include 033, and we'll be talking about this during that item. I just want to read from this briefly from the memo. It says, I affirm the authority of the states to exercise their broad trustee and police powers as stewards of the nation's fish and wildlife species on public lands and waters under the jurisdiction of the department. Each of us must recognize the fundamental role of the states in fish and wildlife management, especially where states have primary authority and responsibility, foster improved conservation of fish and wildlife, and encourage a good neighbor policy with the states. I hope that the department and the commission can move forward with trying to exercise this right so we can manage wildlife on all the state lands. We do realize with the Washoe CAB that there must be environmental impact studies done, but a couple years ago, the deer herd, there's no deer on the survey witnessed. And so they extrapolated the data from all surrounding areas to allow for a hunt on the Sheldon, and we know that that can be also done with lion hunting. So if we can at least get this as an agenda item for future meetings, that we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other CAB comments in Reno? I'll ask if there are any CAB comments in Las Vegas.
No comments in Las Vegas. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. How about Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. We'll then move on to agenda item number 17, benefits and challenges surrounding quota setting and application timing. Game Division Administrator Brian Wakeling. It's an informational item. The department will provide the commission with a briefing regarding hunt applications and quota timing. The briefing will include comparative data from other western states and planned process improvements being implemented within the department. Mr. Wakeling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and good morning. Brian Wakeling, Game Division Administrator for the record. Thank you. This was a presentation that we had intended to share with the TAC committee. Due to the way things were kind of laid out at that opportunity this year, prior to this meeting, the committee chose to defer hearing it since it was going to be presented to the complete commission as well. And so we did not share that as scheduled with the TAC committee earlier. Kind of going into the original question, it was actually originally posed by the TAC committee. If my memory serves, it was when Commissioner Morai was serving his final meeting at the close of one of the TAC committees. Commissioner Morai posed the question and asked whether or not it was possible to set seasons and quotas at the same time. The short answer is yeah. A lot of other states do, and so, clearly we could certainly do that. But when we do something like that, there's certainly trade-offs associated with any change in direction that we're currently using. And so what I'd like to do is kind of go over some of those trade-offs, talk about some of the benefits, and talk about some of the costs, because what it really boils down to is truly a cost-benefit analysis. So some of the benefits, if you're a hunter and you're applying for a hunt, sometimes it can influence which hunt you choose to apply for if you know how many tags are available. We provide currently the quotas that are available based on last year's data. Generally, that doesn't change dramatically. In some cases, it can. And so, if hunters knew how many tags were available, that would influence how they would apply. And some hunters. Now, some hunters apply for the same unit. It doesn't matter how many tags. There could be 1 tag, there could be 1,000 tags. It doesn't influence how they apply. And so it's a varying benefit as you look at it from that perspective. But that's probably the primary reason most people think of, wanting to know how many tags are available when they apply. Another advantage is that as we discuss seasons, we would know how many tags we're talking about. And so if we want to discuss the length of a season, how many seasons we want to schedule, if we also know how many tags that are available, that could influence it. If we reduced the number of meetings, it could be a time savings. We could deal with seasons and quotas at the same time. And deal with it at one meeting instead of 2. The cost associated with that is there's very likely that commission meeting might run somewhat more lengthy. We would have more to discuss, other things to talk about, and certainly could make that single commission meeting probably more dominated by that topic. Probably one of our biggest concerns is the way we operate now. If we try to accelerate when we establish quotas, there's a very real possibility that could create more conservatism in our already pretty conservative approach. Nevada is blessed with a wide variety of species. The challenge is that we don't have a lot of any single one of them. We've probably got fewer deer, we've got fewer, bighorn sheep is one of the few things that we stand out as having more than any other state. And so we tend to be pretty conservative in our management. Our hunters appreciate that conservatism. And overall, if we were to try to rush establishing quotas earlier in the year, if we don't have adequate time to collect all the survey data, if we don't have adequate time to do the analysis associated with it, the modeling, and come up with that, it's very likely that we could become even more conservative, in which case we would deny people an opportunity to get in the field. Finally, there's a lot of things that we could do to actually achieve that, which includes shortening the application period. We've got a new vendor. We seem to be able to, looking at our scheduled events, we seem to be able to give ourselves more time there. So we could shorten the application period. We could change the draw date, move it later in the year. If we were to do that, that certainly influences how much time hunters have to prepare for a hunt. Or make a decision to apply in another state. Or otherwise, we could shift some other key dates, commission meetings, and things of that nature. All of those are kind of what we look at as kind of anchor points. What are those things that we have to consider? And so probably one of the real primary anchor points that we seem really committed to is trying to provide hunters with the information on the draw results by Memorial Day. If we do that, that still provides a minimum of 2 to 3 months for most hunts and even longer for a lot of them. The other is some of the other anchor points that we have to look at. They're a little more flexible. Deal with the application period, our draw verification. We've got probably the ability to move back some of the application period initiation, the deadline. However, we still want to leave enough time in there to actually be able to verify the draw if we were to do that. One of the challenges with all of this is when we're handling a CR, we have additional posting requirements that extend beyond the notice of a commission meeting. We've got about a 3-week period, and that's not flexible. So if we start backing up from getting a draw date, drawing information out on Memorial Day weekend before that, we start backing up. How can we possibly close that? When can we notice the CR? And then we start looking at big game, especially deer survey. That's the survey that oftentimes where biologists are getting out of a helicopter and trying to immediately go into a modeling exercise to try and get population data out that we can develop. Also, we have to allow time for harvest questionnaire data to come in so that we can look at what the harvest was from the prior year. And so various species lend themselves more to this possible change than do others. For instance, for most species, antelope, bighorn sheep, bear, mountain goat, we've got the survey data, we've got the information on the harvest, and all of that lends itself more easily to this type of a consideration. Elk and mule deer, because of when we conduct the surveys, when we get the harvest information in, make it more challenging. So there's a couple of other considerations with this whole concept. Currently, the department's exploring and implementing changes into a variety of different aspects that will apply to our ability to get this data done, the data analysis done more rapidly. The first one is we're exploring, we have been for about the past 3 years, some changes to how we're conducting our surveys. We're kind of going to a polygon-based survey. Seems to be performing very well in the units that we've used it, especially for the fall survey. A little more sporadic for our spring surveys, but we're still exploring that. And so far, we haven't seen any real time reductions in our survey. So as we continue to explore this, after we actually realize some improvements in the amount of time it takes to get statistically defensible data, we may be able to shorten that survey period, but we're not there yet. We're still exploring that. Secondarily, one of the other things that we're exploring is another process improvement that will allow us to actually collect data, analyze it, and get it into our quota calculations more rapidly. And that would be collecting data real time in the helicopter with a tablet-based system. We're at the initial stages of exploring that. We haven't got that yet. But if we get to the point where we can do that, that can help us with identifying when we have a statistically viable sample. It can help us with the analysis, and it will reduce the number of errors because we don't have to collect data on a paper sheet and then enter it by hand from that sheet into a database. Finally, we've just started looking into a analysis approach called integrated population modeling. That integrated population models are something that a lot of states have gone to, and it's something that we're exploring currently. We're in our first year of that. We've transferred a lot of data to the contractor that we're working with to help us with this analysis, but we haven't got any analysis done at this point in time. So the longer answer to can we do it? Yeah, we certainly can. but we're exploring some techniques currently that are probably going to help us position ourselves to be better able to capitalize on that kind of a change in the future, but it may be premature to jump into that at this point in time. The final point that I'd like to leave with this is that while all of this is possible, Nevada hunters have been operating under the system we have now, and we haven't had an awful lot of demand to change. So if we were going to explore this type of a change to how we do business, it would probably be prudent for us to do so in a manner similar to what we used for license simplification. We went out and we initiated by looking at how all the other states do business. We then created some focus groups, tried to look at whether or not Nevada hunters are even interested in going down this route, and then starting to look at those benefits and costs and trying to explore it similar to how we did, again, with license simplification. We had a pretty clear idea that Nevada hunters really wanted to see that change, and we were able to implement that, and all we've heard is a lot of support for the changes that we had there. And that would be probably a good approach to use if we chose to explore this into the future. That concludes the information that I've prepared, and I'd certainly be glad to try to answer any questions.
Just a quick question. So if any change was made, I would say the earliest the department would want the quota setting to occur would be the March meeting. Certainly not the January meeting.
Mr. Chairman, it is certainly possible to do it at the January.
No, I understand that, but I guess when I'm hearing about the data and the collection and the analysis, we'd either, if we made any change, you'd either set the seasons in January and move the quota setting up to March, or put the season and quota setting in March at the same time. That would be the earliest the department would want to do it. They would prefer to do it in March than January.
Mr. Chairman, with the data that we have before us today, I certainly would not advocate for a January effort.
That may change.
Correct. March would certainly be possible. However, as we go through some of these process improvements, we may find that we were able to assess survival into the springtime through a different route. And at this point in time, I can't say 3 years from now we might say, hey, we can do it in January. But at this point, with the data that we've got in front of us, March would be far preferable.
Any questions for Mr. Wakeling? Secretary Wasley?
Thank you, Chairman Johnston. Relative to some of the anchor points and constraints that Mr. Wakeling mentioned, we talk about March as a potential date for setting quotas. Mr. Wakeling mentioned that it's more problematic for elk and mule deer in particular. If the state continues to do spring surveys for mule deer, March could potentially introduce that a greater level of conservatism that was mentioned in Mr. Wakeling's presentation just for the fact that the majority of winter mortality in mule deer occurs after that date. And so there could be possibly mortality events that would be occurring in April that could potentially be missed in those population estimates. Granted, the level of harvest is incredibly light. We're not pushing those populations to a point where we're overly concerned about them blinking out, but to be as accurate as possible, fair as possible, consistent as possible with the data, March could be problematic for some species.
Thank you. This is just an informational item. Before go to focus groups and that, perhaps the department could contact the cabs and ask them that they put this on their agenda. Get some feedback from them. Do we want to look at the change or not? I'm not so certain having the quota setting before the application deadline is going to change much behavior, but I'm interested in hearing from the cabs first, and if there's a lot of support for it or desire to see a change, then maybe we look at it harder. If there's not, maybe there's no need to go any further. If people are happy with the way it is, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, if, the one comment I would make on that, and I don't discount the value of the CAB's input, but kind of thinking a little bit more broadly, kind of as we did with license simplification, you know, CAB's certainly, you know, they focus on this an awful lot, but I think oftentimes we can have challenges getting attendance by a broad variety of people at CAB meetings, just as we have challenges getting a broad variety of input here. And so just offer that one thought.
Yeah, I understand that. I think, though, if you had every cab come back and say, no, it's fine the way it is and we don't need to see a change, then I don't think we need to go to the next step for broader focus groups outreach. If you have a mix or a lot of the cabs say, hey, we'd like to see this, then maybe we advance the ball further. I see a lot of people nodding their heads. Is that something the department could contact the cabs on? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Wakeling. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 18, draft fiscal year 2020 predation management plan, wildlife staff specialist Pat Jackson. For possible action, the draft fiscal year 2020 predation management plan will be presented to the commission for initial review. Following this review, the draft plan will be updated and shared with the State Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee. All comments from the park, county advisory boards to manage wildlife, and any other interested entity will be compiled and shared with the Wildlife Damage Management Committee for their consideration at their March 2019 meeting. The commission will receive an update at the March 2019 meeting from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee and may provide additional direction at that time. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I'm going to give a fairly lengthy presentation on the plan and the various projects that we have. And with that, I will begin. A quick summary, since I myself can get a little turnaround on what's what. The November commission meeting, I reported out on the fiscal year 2018. We are currently acting within the fiscal year 2019 plan, and I'm about to present to you the first draft of the fiscal year 2020 plan. And if anybody wants to see this plan, 2019 plan, or any previous plans or reports, it's pretty easy. Just NDOW Predator Plan into Google, and it'll bring you to this website. A little bit about the $3 Predator fee. This year, we saw about $677,000 in revenue. Of that, $14,000 is used for administrative support for the Nevada Department of Agriculture. The rest is allocated towards predator plans and staff salary, and then the reserve remains available for future years. So if we don't spend it one year, it goes into the $3 predator fee account to be spent on future projects in future years. It doesn't revert back to a general fund. I'm sorry, I'm seeing my slides change. Oh, I didn't know that I needed to use that. Okay. I'm sorry, just one sec. The three expenses that are allowed under NRS 502253 is the management of predatory wildlife, primarily through lethal control, the research of lethal control techniques for predatory wildlife, and then the protection of sensitive species. So a quick summary, as I said, we saw just over $677,000 in revenue. That's for the most recent fiscal year, which we have accurate records, which was fiscal year 2018. 80% of that is $541, almost $542,000 in 80% mandate that I'll talk about on the next slide. And then in this current draft plan, we have $624,000 allocated for lethal removal. So in the 2015 legislative session, we saw Assembly Bill 78 that mandates that 80% of those revenues be spent on lethal removal, and it was informally agreed upon that a component of that 80% of lethal removal could be spent on monitoring efforts to infer the efficiencies and effectiveness of lethal removal. So if you look at the Predator plans, I list 3 different types of projects. I'm going to go over those now. The first type is implementation. I say this is where the rubber hits the road. These are largely management projects, lethal removal projects, and they, for the most part, fall in line with the peer-reviewed literature and what has been deemed to be successful in the past. And so we're not always collecting a lot of data to look and make some sort of inference on the efficiency. The next would be experimental management. This involves some sort of management technique, but we're also trying to glean something from it. And then the last type, experimentation. I normally treat the word study as a 4-letter word, but I'll throw it out here. This is where we're trying to increase our understanding of a predator and or a predator control technique. I also list the 3 different types of monitoring. So standard monitoring, these kind of go in line with the 3 different types of projects. Standard monitoring, we're really not collecting any additional data other than what we would get while a contractor or wildlife services is outperforming control techniques, or from survey data that's already on an area biologist's plate. Intermediate monitoring, again, generally falls in line with experimentation. We are collecting some sort of additional type of data to learn something about the management action that we are taking. And then rigorous monitoring tends to be a collaboration with an outside entity, and we're going to have a population estimate, a density estimate, home range estimate, understanding of space use, something like this. So with that, a project recommended for continuation. Project 21, since we have a couple new commissioners, when I began here in 2014, the project numbers went in sequential order, and so I've continued that. So anytime I have proposed a project, regardless of whether it was accepted or not, I never used that number again. So the older the project number, the smaller the project number, the older the project is. So Project 21, greater sage grouse protection through common raven removal. This is an implementation and experimental management. We are having wildlife services lethally remove ravens with a corvicide, but we are also doing point counts to try to understand those impacts. And so this is for the protection of greater sage grouse populations. It does require a depredation permit from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And as I mentioned, it's a collaboration with Wildlife Services, and we are conducting surveys across the state pre and post removal. And this has a budget of $100,000, all of which is $3 predator fee. Our response variable, the thing that we look at to try to make inference upon, would be the point counts before and after, and the level of monitoring is standard intermediate. Project 2102, common raven removal to enhance greater sage grouse nest success. This is a collaboration with Wildlife Services and the USGS. Dr. Pete Coates would be the PI on the monitoring component of this project. And so this is a project that's been going on a number of years, where as many ravens as possible are removed from the Virginia mountains, and the USGS goes out, puts cameras on sage grouse nests to see if eggs are or are not eaten, mark sage grouse chicks and sage grouse adults with transmitters, and then follow their success or failures. And so the response variables here would be the sage grouse nest success, the clutch hatches or doesn't hatch, and then also the brood survival. Do those chicks grow up? Project 2201 is mountain lion removal for the protection of California bighorn sheep. This is a collaboration with Wildlife Services. Our goal is to establish a self-sustaining population of bighorn sheep in 011 and 013, and we're using a combination of Wildlife Services and private contractors to remove lions in that area. We have marked bighorn sheep with GPS collars, which is what we're using for our response variable, and we consider that a standard to intermediate monitoring effort. A couple years ago, the commission asked that we set some kind of benchmarks for projects to highlight when they'll change, when they will continue, or when they might end. And so working with Chris Hampson, the area biologist, and Mike Cox, the bighorn staff specialist, these 3 tiers, if you will, of action items are based upon what we think the suitability is for the bighorn sheep population. And so you can see while the populations for 011 and 013 are less than 60 individuals, that we'll remove as many lions as we can in the area, and that's currently where we are now, and so that's what I'm recommending that we do for fiscal year 2018. And any other projects that we've had these discussions on in previous years, I'll mention that and where we're at. 22074, this is another project. It actually started out as removal of mountain lions for the protection of bighorn sheep. I'm sorry, by the way, I have to push 2 buttons, one to change my computer and one to change your slide, so it's kind of a head exercise. Anyway, working with the area biologist, Carrie Hubner, previously Scott Roberts, and now Tyler Null, and marking a few of the existing bighorn sheep with GPS collars. There wasn't a lot of mountain lion mortality, and so we transitioned this from an active removal project to a monitoring project, which is where we're at now. And so this budget amount of $20,000 is actually kind of on call. Right now, we're just purchasing, deploying, and maintaining those GPS collars, and then can, if we need to, go in and remove an offending lion. And so we'd consider this a standard 2 to intermediate project. And the population estimate, as you saw in the previous project, we're above 15, and so we are at that monitor bighorn population and conduct removal on a case-by-case. Project 37, this is allows us, the department, to remove mountain lions in short order if we think we have an issue. If you read the predator plan, we do, when we work in the same areas year in and year out, turn that generally into a specific plan, but we have this in case a mountain lion chooses to focus on bighorn sheep at a guzzler or some other problem arises and we want to be able to respond quickly. These are the removal indices that we look at for the local prey population. This doesn't mean that we will automatically go in and begin conducting lethal removal. It's a discussion point where I look at the 3-year averages of the various survival rates and ratios, and then work with staff specialists and area biologists. So we admit, hey, you're below this threshold. Do you think predation is an issue? And then make an informed decision from there. We have $75,000 allocated towards this project. It's a collaboration with both Wildlife Services and private contractors, and not only working with area biologists to look at the data, but then we also use marked GPS animals, trail cameras, and then also site visits. And we would consider this level of monitoring standard. There's a lot of times where we would go out and remove that known offending individual with the understanding that that most likely is going to provide a positive benefit. Project 38, big game protection through coyote removal. Very similar to Project 37, just allows us to remove coyotes. We primarily use this for the benefit of pronghorn around the state, and again, work with area biologists to identify underperforming populations and if coyote predation they believe is an issue. So we're generally removing coyotes on this project right before or during fawning and lambing seasons, and not so much year-round. This is another standard level of monitoring. Project 40 is a project that's been on the books for a little while. This has changed a little bit. It initially was in just Unit 144. It's now throughout all of 14, and it was initially just coyote removal and is now both coyote and mountain lion removal. We've marked 10 or 12 does in all of 14, and I believe 5 or 6 have been consumed by mountain lions. I'd like to mention that Clint Garrett, the area game biologist, does an exceptional job of quickly following up with mortalities to determine what that lethal impact was. We have $100,000 allocated towards this. And another thing I'd like to highlight in this particular project is it's been synced in with, as the title says, the multifaceted management, and that was some feral horse roundups, some predator removal that occurred in the area, as well as some pinyon juniper removal. So the monitoring on this, the response variable is we're looking at the fawn to doe ratio in the diamonds, or actually area 14. And then also we consider this standard to intermediate since we are keeping some GPS collars out on some female mule deer. Project 41 is common raven management experimentation. This is the first project that I've got to where it's actually available for Pittman-Robertson funding. There's no lethal component to this project. This year we actually see a decrease from $400,000 to $300,000. So, and 25% of that is from the $3 fee. We have a lot of goals, and there's been a lot of peer-reviewed publications that have either already been published or in review or in writing. I haven't been able to talk to Pete Coates in over a month due to the shutdown. I hope he picks up his phone on Monday. I'd like to catch up on a number of things and ensure that this upcoming field season gets off without a hitch. There's not really a response variable in this or these types of rigorous projects because it's an experimentation project. That figure is just some movements that we have from GPS transmitters on ravens. Project 42, assessing mountain lion harvest in Nevada. This is a small project that we've had on the in the plan and haven't made much headway with. We believe that's going to change this year. This is a project to work with 2 outside researchers to develop an integrated population model using harvest data that we get from sportsmen and removal project, and that would be when we pull a tooth, Seminium agent to get an age and sex ratios, and then also GPS data. There are some other mountain lion researchers throughout the state that possess GPS data, and getting those data sharing agreements in place has proved to be substantially more time consuming than we had predicted, but we have everything in place now. Again, the shutdown has kind of put this one on pause, but hopefully next week we can get the ball rolling. Again, an experimental project with a level of monitoring rigorous. Project 43, this is meso predator removal for the protection of primarily waterfowl, but also turkeys and pheasants on wildlife management areas. Has a budget of $50,000 exclusively from the $3 fee. This occurs on the Overton and Mason wildlife management areas, and it's a collaboration with Wildlife Services where they go in right before and during the nesting season for waterfowl and remove meso predators to increase nest success. And so the response variables that we're looking at are the number of females with clutches and then the number of young with clutch. Project 44, lethal removal and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24. This is a project that has evolved a little bit. The Delamars have had an underperforming bighorn sheep population since well before I started with the department. It's been a little mysterious. There's been some odd mortalities. There's been some sheep leave. And talk to anybody that knows anything about bighorn sheep and they think the Delamars looks great. And so there's some concern that mountain lion predation might be one of those limiting factors preventing or keeping that bighorn sheep population suppressed. We are collaring mountain lions in the Delamars, and then we are actually going to their kill sites to determine what they're eating. I must say that I've been impressed with the number of feral horses that these lions are choosing to focus on. We're kind of playing catch up. I hired a full-time technician and went down there about a month ago, and in one day visited 4 kill sites, and 3 out of the 4, a mother with 2 yearling kittens had eaten. 3 out of those 4 kill sites were horses. So I found that to be pretty fascinating. And so with this, we're marking as many lines as possible through a private contractor. Our response variables are looking at annual sheep survival as well as the young ratios. Those goals may change. The thought is if we have horses that aren't eating sheep and if we have lions that aren't eating sheep and are eating horses, we really don't want to remove that individual. And a change that will be represented in the next presentation. It used to be we were monitoring lions in the green aspect and removing any and all in the red. We're now monitoring and visiting kill sites, and if we have an offending lion that's eaten the bighorn sheep, we then go and remove it. Project 45, the passive survey estimate of black bears in Nevada. This is a $160,000 project, also qualifies for Pittman-Robertson funds, so 25% of that only comes from the $3 fee, and this is occurring in the western part of the state where known black bear population exists. This is allowing us, the department, to work with Michigan State University and the University of Montana to come up with a method to passively estimate black bears throughout the state, which is involving a combination of trail cameras, hair snares, and existing GPS data. And I guess I got ahead of myself. So the goals, at the end of this, we're going to be able to estimate in a different method the statewide black bear population estimate. We currently do a physical mark recapture that requires that we capture and handle bears. We'll also have a combination of occupancy density and abundance based on collected data that will result in said population. And then with our collaborators, we're going to have a model built and guidance on the best way to passively survey the population of bears within the state. And we would consider this level of monitoring rigorous. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions? Commissioner Valentine?
Thank you, Chairman. On Pat, great presentation. On Project 42 and 45, I guess both questions are ultimately, I think what we're trying to achieve with those 2 projects is to be able to approximate the populations.
That's correct.
How long do you think it's going to be before that information is going to be available to the commission?
So Project 45 is a fairly large, it's a robust project, and I would probably want to reach out to Dr. Robert Montgomery at Michigan State's the PI. They are currently analyzing the first years of data now. This previous summer was their first field season. They still have cameras out. They had a technician come out this winter, and as they refer, pop and swap the SIM cards and batteries so that they function throughout the winter, especially since we still have some bears active now and again. And so I will be able to initially report on at least the how this project's going soon, and if memory serves correctly, they only really need 1 more field season and then probably another 6 months for plugging and chugging on the model. So we'll have this soon. Project 42 is a smaller project. You might refer to it as a side project for the 2 collaborators. They just have access to the GPS data now, and we'll be beginning that here in a month. This will most likely not result in a full-blown integrated population model. It will highlight the data that exists, if there are any holes, what they are, and their recommendations on what the department can or should do to fill those in. And then if they say there is enough data here to develop an integrated population model, I would come back to the commission with kind of a phase 2 of this project and probably a slightly larger dollar amount to build that model.
So in essence, you're saying Project 45 this
Year,
this
you'll
year
know a
for
lot.
quota?
I'm sorry?
This year for quota setting or,
No, not this year.
okay, so next year for quota setting, and then 42, we're probably a couple of years out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions for Mr. Jackson, Commissioner Hubbs?
I just had a couple comments. I think on the last page with the budget, I was looking at that, I just think there's the 2020, the beginning balance, and I'm not an accountant, but it didn't seem to match the other. It seems like you would take the remaining ending balance and move that up to the beginning, and it seems like a repeat of the prior year.
Just one sec, let me pull that up. So I can see it. Sorry. Is there anything we can do to get my computer on the? Can you scroll down just a hair more to see that expected revenues? That's the table you're referencing.
Yeah, I think so, yeah,
Okay.
the bottom.
And so, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Oh, just the beginning balance for 2020. I'm not sure if it should be 398,268 to draw that up, or if it's just-
That is a typo. Thank you.
Right. Well, the only reason I caught that is we had some discussion in the Public Lands Committee about use of reserve funds from the $3 predator fee if the department would ever consider using that for some rehabilitation, especially when we were looking at some of the damaged areas caused by some of the feral horse problem. You know, we were looking at some of even the video yesterday, like some of the watershed areas and stuff like that, because there is under statute an allowance for protecting habitat too. And so we just kind of brought that up, and we didn't know if that's, you know, if we just want to use it for, I mean, it's not necessarily a predation issue, and I know we have to direct 80% of the funds toward lethal removal, but if there was anything left over and it was, could enhance habitat for sensitive species, just wondering if any of that funding could ever go there, or if you would just keep continually rolling it over into the next year, if that's the plan. Anyways, we were just thinking about that, specifically, you know, in the protection of wildlife species habitat call under the statute. So anyways, just wanted to bring that up. And then I wanted to ask too, if you had the peer-reviewed journals for Project 41 that are going to be published. Do you have that, or are they published yet?
I would have a list of, Pat Jackson for the record, I would have a list from Dr. Coates on where everything is at the moment. If I could have spoken with him before this meeting, however, I'm just pulling up what's already published and I can give you those titles. So right now, from this, the reproductive success of common raven influences nest predation rates of their implications for egg oiling. That was published in 2018. In 2018, Blomberg et al., detecting capture-related mortality in radio marked birds following release. Actually, I apologize, that's not a collaboration with this. And then also camp at, I tell you what, I will come back with a more thorough list at my next presentation on where everything's at, since the shutdown is over for at least 3 weeks.
And then my last question just was in regard to Project 22-074, the Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep area, where you've modified the study to go from removal to monitoring. Are you seeing an increase in Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep?
Yes, in communications with Carrie Hubner, that's still a small and struggling population, but the population estimate she's provided has gone up since the project began.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jackson for public comment? Commissioner East?
Thank you, Pat. Is in Project 44, the kill sites being feral horses, are you seeing that trend anywhere else? Maybe it's not a trend. It's not a trend probably yet, but are you seeing any kill sites of feral horses in any other areas?
Well, we're not actively visiting kill sites in any other areas.
Okay.
And so looking to the literature, there's a paper from, I believe it was the early 90s, that looked at lions being a limiting factor on the Nevada-California border. There was some work that Dr. John Beckman did on the western front of Nevada, where some individuals seem to focus on lions. Some lions seem to focus on horses, but they were a minority. A colleague that did her master's work in Wyoming that had horses, elk, and deer. Her marked lions never consumed a horse. Talking with Dave Stoner at Utah State, his theory, and that's all that it is at the moment, is the Delamars are very arid and sort of on the verge of what you might consider ideal lion habitat, and so they are more likely to take a larger risk for a larger animal, like a horse, since it's dangerous to eat. The bigger the animal it is that you try to eat, the more risk you incur in general, and so we think they might be eating them more in the Delamars, but I don't know that. But if they are, the theory would be like, well, there aren't as many other big game species, so they're choosing to select horses.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
With that, I'll take it out to public comment, starting in Las Vegas.
Go ahead. This is Stephanie Myers for the record. When I read the various projects for predation management plan, what I see is removing mountain lions, lethal removal of coyotes over and over again, removing them quickly, proactively. Let's have lots of money to move quickly to kill predators without a hitch, to benefit big game populations by the use of foothold traps, snares, fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters for aerial gunning, culling, and gunning from the ground. To me, that's not wildlife management. That's just a kill manifesto. Many of us object to the entire plan. It's time to go back to the legislature and change the $3 predator fee, and especially the requirement to spend 80% of that fee on lethal removal of predators rather than education, rehabilitation, and habitat. NDOW should take the lead in this endeavor to change AB 78. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Any additional public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Jana Wright. I want to compliment Pat on his presentation and that the plan is more thorough than it has been in the past. I agree with Stephanie Myers about there should be some legislation to change the $3 fee and its uses and get rid of this 80% mandate. I would hope the commission and the department would find a legislator to sponsor such a bill. And finally, the only thing that I would add to the plan, I would still like to see the plans that go from year to year have some kind of running total of how much money has been allocated and spent year to year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Additional public comment in Las Vegas?
No additional comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Public comment in Elko?
Elko sent me a message. They do not have comment.
Thank you. Public comment in Reno?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jonathan Lesperance, Washoe County. I would just like to point out, I appreciate the democratic process that's afforded to us with the cabs in place and then the opportunity to speak before this board. We received what's a 38-page document that references innumerable more pages based on all these different projects. I got this 2 days before our cab meeting, and that doesn't provide near enough time to do a thorough review and come to you with an informed perspective. Generally, I agree with the department's recommendations and conclusions, and so it's not as offensive to me, but I can imagine that if I found lethal predator removal to be offensive or frustrating topic, getting 2 days to review that would be exacerbating to that frustration. So I'd ask, as I did for our cab, that this board consider maybe standardizing a period of time in which we could receive these materials in advance of the meeting to really facilitate the democratic process. Project 45, as that is, Commissioner Valentine pointed out, going to establish presumably a population model, and the implications from a population model will likely have an adjustment for those quotas. I hope that this board asks some of the tough questions on the level of data collection. If you read the abstract for that study, the idea was to have points of data collection every 4 square miles. How many of those sites actually were successful or even deployed? Were there issues with the attractant for those hair snares? Did you have occurrence where the trail cameras picked up animals, but the hair snares were empty? So I'd encourage you to think about some of those questions and ask, because it's going to be a real big deal if we have a population model from that study that deviates from the current model, either high or low. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark County. I feel obliged to come up here and state since Pat took over his predator management plan, I think Clark County has routinely come up here every year and chastised him for having a plan that we didn't like. And I will say this is the first year that my cab unanimously voted to say that they liked his plan and they thought it was well-written, it was on the right track, and I wanted to make that statement because it's the first time ever that my board actually liked what was written there and thought it was on track to be something that was going to be more scientific and would give us information that we're going to need to have to do stuff. And I think the comments that were just made about the bear stuff, when we get into talking about the bear quotas, I'll come back up and talk about that, but I think it's going to become very important to have that scientific data when we go to do things, because we have very controversial things that we're looking at, and to have some of this data fixed and understand it better is going to be very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Additional public comment?
Chrissy Pope with NIE. We do agree with Washoe County. We only received this information 2 days before, coming up here and stuff. So unfortunately, our cab did not have time to thoroughly go over this agenda. And so unfortunately, we don't have much to say about it. We wish we would have received it a lot sooner than just 2 days. Thank you.
I hope that has a break on it.
Kathy Smith with Washoe County. My concern after years of following this predator management plan is that there is strong cultural bias for lethal control over other measures which may actually be more beneficial. There are plenty of intact ecosystems in the world without any predator control, and despite the possibility of deeper troughs and higher peaks of predator-prey species, a balance can be reached in the viability of the ungulate populations actually improve long-term. Another compelling reason to limit predator control is chronic wasting disease. It is heading this way. Virus is shed in animal feces in approximately 3 months. Symptoms usually occur in 2 to 7 years. A small prion can live in the soil, remaining infectious for over 10 years. It cannot be killed by cooking. According to the 2016 Chronic Wasting Disease Workshop, disease can result in a 19% decline in mule deer population at approximately 40% prevalence. Prevalence in some Wisconsin buck populations is approximately 30 to 40%. Wisconsin has spent millions of dollars trying to kill affected animals without any success. Predators pick up signs of disease much earlier than we can. They disperse prey as well. Mountain lions eat more than 85% of a deer carcass, often including the brain and spinal cord, where prion infectivity is its greatest. Additional food for thought is that the potential transmission to humans is unknown, although undocumented at this point. Mad cow disease was discovered in 1986. Disease transmission to humans wasn't discovered until 1996. As with other prion diseases in humans, the incubation period ranges from years to decades. In 2017, 2 primates, much more genetically similar to humans than previously infected monkeys, were infected after eating deer meat. Currently, the CDC and World Health Organizations both recommend not eating animals with symptoms. Increased Lyme disease prevalence in humans has been linked to decreases in fox populations. Recent studies have demonstrated predator reintroductions have decreased dengue fever in Thailand and Vietnam, and malaria in India. How is predator removal and trapping in Nevada affecting the ecosystem, not just the prey? How have zoonotic disease prevalence or top-down trophic cascades even been considered? These predator management plans represent a very hunter-centric view of Nevada's wildlife. As ecosystems change and habitats fragment, disease prevalence in animals will change. Bacteria, viruses, and prions will mutate. Predators are a great defense and much better than humans at choosing the weakest in the population. Their lives depend on it. The cultural bias against predators needs to end. If not, we will be the ones who eventually pay the price. And I'd like to conclude with a quote from Aldo Leopold. "We reached the old wolf in time to see a fierce green fire dying in her eyes. I realized then and have known ever since that there was something new to me in those eyes, something known only to her in the mountain. I was young then and full of trigger itch. I thought that because fewer wolves meant more deer, that no wolves would be a hunter's paradise. But after seeing the green fire die, I sensed that neither the wolf nor the mountain agreed with such a view." Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Reno?
Mel Building, and I'm speaking for myself. I'd just like to remind everyone that predator management is just one part of wildlife management, and this department does a very good job with and spends far more dollars on habitat restoration. And I think there's a lot of guys banging them because they want to just talk about predator management, and they lead you to believe, or they want to lead you to believe, that there's nothing else that the department's doing to bring the wildlife back, particularly the mule deer herds, protect bighorn sheep. That the department should be commended for the work that they're doing on habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Just one comment on the timing. I understand some frustrations when things get a couple days before a CAB meeting. I just want to remind everybody that this is the first reading of this plan for comment from the commission. It'll then go to the Park Committee. The plan will then come back with Park Committee comments to the Wildlife Damage Management Committee in March, and back to the commission again, so that if more time is needed to review, that time is afforded with this process. This is an opportunity to get the plan out sooner. And as a minimum of this presentation today, committee review in connection with the March Commission meeting and then the March Commission meeting. So I want to assure everybody they have ample opportunity to review the plan and comment on it in that regard. Pat, I got a comment, and I guess when you gave the presentation, which I really appreciated, I think on project 38 in particular, that's the statewide coyote removal.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I took Ms. Myers' comments to heart, because when you gave much more justification and detail of that project in the presentation than what's outlined in the actual management plan, which there were some specifics of. This goal of that was really protecting antelope at specific times of the year in a targeted manner where necessary. I think that would be important to add into either the justification section of the predator management plan or the methods. I also think, like on project 43 at the wildlife management areas, add in some of this additional detail that was provided during the presentation about the timing of the project in terms of nesting and that, and what it's targeted in that way. And I think if we add some of that additional detail to the predator management plan, when people from the public read it, it'll give a little more input and guidance and information as to how these are intended to work. So if we could make those,
Absolutely.
would that be something that you would entertain? And I think that goes for project 37 as well.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist. Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Additional comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Hubbs?
I just had one more comment. I just wanted to say the same, Pat, that the presentation went really well today, and I really like the additional comments, kind of explaining some of the minor changes. But overall, these projects are the same projects that we had last year. We're just continuing forward. I didn't see any new introduction of projects, correct?
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist. That's correct. I'm not proposing any new projects this year.
Any additional comments? I certainly understand the public comment about if there's a cultural bias in the plan for lethal removal. The law is 80% of the money that's collected on the $3 fee is to be spent for lethal predator removal. So that is where the law stands now, and I think it's incumbent upon the department and the commission to follow the law as it's written. If it changes, it'll be incumbent upon the department and this commission to follow whatever the law may be if it changes. So I just know this is where we're at now. So I don't know if we need to take formal action other than you're going to present it to the park and then bring it back to the Wildlife Damage Management Committee in March, correct?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. That's correct. I'm going to present this so many more times.
Senior Deputy Attorney General Stockton, it was listed as an action item. Do we need to take any at this time?
Mr. Chairman, no, you don't have to take action, just only if you want to give some specific direction usually.
I think the guidance has been given. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. This process seems to be going better and better every year under your leadership, and it's certainly appreciated by me and other members of the commission and the public as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, why don't we, before we move on to agenda item number 19, which is the commission regulations and setting the hunting season, so why don't we take a 10-minute break? That'll give the department time to set up for the potential lengthy process of the season settings. If everyone could find their seats so we can get started.
That's fun. Yeah. They're just, if they play well, they're fun to watch. They're a highlight reel, and it's fun to watch.
Joe and Mel distinctly remember that we approved that.
Okay.
And that's why it got taken off the top of the list. Because it was to come up to the commission, so I'm relaying the eligibility issue and see what happened.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 19, commission regulations for possible adoption. Public comment allowed. Item 19A, Commission Regulation 19-05, 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021 big game seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee for possible action. The commission will consider adopting 2019 to 2020 and 2020, 2021 hunting seasons and dates for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat, including limits, hunting hours, special hunt eligibility, animal sex, physical characteristics, hunt boundary restrictions, and legal weapon requirements, and emergency depredation hunt structure and statewide quota. Mr. Wakeling, I guess, will be first.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The department has, and the commission, I think, has a lot of challenges trying to convey the information we're trying to share during this particular exercise, both for season setting and quota setting. And what we've tried to provide this year was a, with the commission memo and the CR that we shared, we tried to identify within the right-hand margin with a series of notes, changes that we had recommended, and it corresponded with a series of notes in an appendix at the back of the quota, the CR, that tried to explain our rationale for why we were making the recommended changes. Hopefully that provided a little bit more information, a little bit more people will understand why we were making the recommendations that we were. With that, however, we've got those footnotes or those side notes and the 2018-2019 seasons in the CR. In any motion that goes forward for the final approval of the CR, we certainly would be our intent that those would be removed from the final CR. We've also tried to capture the comments that we've received from the county advisory boards, and we've provided the commission with a copy of those comments that we did receive. It's certainly not a complete set. I think we had 10 comments or 10 county advisory boards that shared those with us, and so we tried to capture that and tried to do it verbatim so you get the comment that they provided as they provided them. We've got copies of that at the back of the room. We've also shared it with Las Vegas and Elko, so they all have that available as well. As we go through the various seasons today, Cody Schroeder will present both antelope and mule deer. Mike Cox will handle all of the bighorn sheep and the mountain goats, and Cody McKee will be handling elk. As we go through each of those, we do have the ability to look at these on the screen, and it's the commission's pleasure if you would, as amendments are made to our proposed CR, if you would like to see precisely what we've, so that we're both understanding exactly what's being recommended, we can provide that on the screen. Depending upon the complexity of some of the changes that may develop, we may require a little bit of time to make sure we capture it accurately so that we reflect that. And so that's at the commission's pleasure. If you would choose to see it in that direction, we can surely do so. With that introduction, again, at the commission's pleasure, we can hear this in whichever order. Probably the easiest way would be to initiate with antelope and then just move through each of them, again, at the commission's pleasure.
Yeah, that was my idea. Let's start with the antelope hunts and maybe do those first, and then we move on to the elk. And
Very good. I'll turn it over to Cody Schroeder.
For the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. Members of the commission, Mr. Johnson, here to present our antelope seasons. Let's just start in order. We really only had, the department's only recommending one change from previous years, and that would be a add of a non-resident archery hunt in Unit 043046, which you can find on page 4 of the commission memo. And we largely recommended this because we realized that we were, over the quota for the resident antelope hunt, and so we wanted to provide that opportunity, that 10% for non-resident hunters as well, for non-resident archery hunters.
And I guess I forgot to mention, I do really appreciate the way it was set up with the changes noted and then the rationale with the attachment. It made the process of reviewing this much easier. So, any questions or comments on the antelope seasons from the commission? Any public and right now we're focusing just on the antelope season settings, so that's the first, until you get to the resident elk depredation hunt 4102. So any public comment in Las Vegas on the antelope seasons?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Chairman.
Any public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Any public comment in Reno on the antelope seasons? Seeing no public comment in Reno, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or a motion. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve resident antelope, horns longer than ears, and illegal weapon hunt 2151 as presented. Non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, and illegal weapon hunt 2251 as presented. Resident antelope, horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2151 as presented. Resident antelope, horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2151 as presented. Non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, archery hunt 2251 as presented. And resident antelope, horns shorter than ears, and illegal weapon hunt 2181 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch with a second by Vice Chairman Valentine to approve the antelope seasons as presented. Is everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move on then to the elk hunts.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Cody McKee for the record. I was gonna go over just a few highlights of our elk season recommendations this year. I know you guys have the justifications with you, but I might be able to provide a little bit more supporting information. So you'll notice that many of our late season cow elk and spike hunts, we are now recommending those close on January 5th. The reason that we are proposing this change is, one, many of our elk herds are now within the confines of our population objectives, so we feel more comfortable providing a more conservative season length. This recommendation does mirror seasons that are already in existence in White Pine County for those late season cow and spike hunts. However, we're still providing a relatively long season that gives hunters an opportunity to sort of plan their activities around winter weather and the holidays. And I do like that sort of going just a little bit into January past the New Year holiday gives people an option to get out after the New Year. So just a little bit more flexibility there. And we also feel with those longer seasons that we can be a little bit more liberal with our harvest, because we do expect the hunter congestion and distribution to be a little bit more spread out over the season length. There are a couple notable exceptions for that late season, or those late season hunts. One of those is Unit 051, the Santa Rosa Range. This is a very low-density herd, and it has a conservative management objective. So based on the elk subplan for Humboldt County, we just have very few elk that we're really allowed to have in that area. And we need to maintain reasonable hunter pressure on these animals. And what we see with this herd, because it's low density, is it can be a challenge to find elk. So we want to have a longer season that goes into January. And one other point about this area is this is the only late season cow hunt in the state that doesn't have a concurrent seasonal closure on shed antler season. So we felt that there wasn't a conflict there between the shed antler season closure and having a longer elk hunt. The other hunt is a new proposed hunt in Unit 113. I'm calling it the ultra late Unit 113 hunt. This was a hunt that's designed as a strict management tool. This is part of the Area 11 elk herd. The elk in this area tend to seek refuge in neighboring tribal lands in 113 during the elk seasons. And what we see is that as soon as the elk hunt ends, elk start to trickle out onto public lands. And we've had some concerns voiced by the local management agencies about some elk pressure on public lands. And we also know that this kind of small subpopulation of the overall elk herd in 11 is probably at a higher density than we'd like. So we're proposing this later season to kind of catch those elk as they start to spill off of tribal lands into public lands. And I do have some photos I'd be more than willing to share of elk 5 days after the closure of the season this year, elk spilling off of those tribal lands into 113, the northern end of that hunt unit. In addition to those late season cow and spike hunts, you'll also notice that we made some changes to our hunts, elk hunts in 061 and 071, kind of what we like to call the Bruno elk herd. All of these changes were really designed to help us shift the early and late rifle bull hunts to a little bit earlier in the year. What we're noticing from some of our telemetry data as well as observations in the field, that there's a mature segment of bulls in this population that tend to immigrate from Nevada into Idaho before the onset of the early rifle hunt under the existing season structure, this past year's season structure. And so by shifting this hunt just slightly earlier, we're hoping that we can kind of capitalize on some of those animals to help improve the overall harvest or hunt experience for hunters that draw that tag. You'll notice that throughout the recommendations, there's changes to the 061, 071 hunts, and that's really so we can accommodate that shift in those early and late rifle bull hunts. We've also proposed the consolidation of 072, 073, and 074 cow and spike hunts. In the past, 072 or 073, all of these hunts were managed as standalone units. They are part of a single population objective. We feel that given some reports of hunter experience in the area, typically what we're seeing more recently is low success, that consolidating those units will provide a better hunt for people that have it, and we don't really feel that standalone hunts is necessary at this time for us to meet our management goals for the area. With that, there are some other subtle changes that I'd be happy to discuss as we come across them, but those are the main changes that we've proposed for elk this year, for the next 2 years.
Questions or comments from the commission? Just one note I had, that means the 061, 071 early and late elk seasons will overlap the same deer seasons in those two units.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. If you look at our existing season structure, the early season for the elk rifle hunt already overlapped the late season for the deer rifle. This is going to add a few more hunters in the field. However, one of our recommendations is to eliminate the mid-season spike hunt, which was in the past at the same time as the early season rifle deer hunt. So we are going to be eliminating those hunters. So we're going to be swapping out a few people spike hunters for bull hunters, and that may come at a cost of maybe a few more people in the field. However, in discussions with our area biologist, Matt Jeffers, he didn't feel that there was going to be a significant conflict between the two user groups in the field. But I'd be happy to discuss further, have Tom Donham come down from Eastern Region.
Well, I also note too that the deer hunts encompass a lot more units than those elk hunts. So the deer hunters are dispersed across more units at that time than in that specific elk hunt that's limited to 06-1 and 07-1. I just wanted to bring it out now so everyone from the public knows of that potential issue. Any other comments? All right, public comment in Las Vegas. We're focusing on all the elk hunt seasons.
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Public comment in Elko.
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Public comment in Reno on the elk seasons. Mr. Flowers.
Good morning, Rex Flowers for the record. I'm opposed to any season for any species that goes beyond December 31. The NAC for shed hunting was put into place to protect wildlife from any sort of harassment. I know it's only in 6 counties, but it's very important to keep that in mind, why we passed that. And so now you're going to take a few individuals who were hunting sheds out of the field and put all these hunters into the field to do the same thing. In fact, there's going to be a more direct conflict with that hunter being in there. Also on the same line, later you're going to look at 19-06 and 19-08. Those are the most prestigious tags within this state. Those are your heritage tags and your silver state tags. And those seasons end on December 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Additional public comment in Reno.
Mel Belding, I'm speaking for myself. I agree with Mr. Flowers, and I'd like to just say that the comments from Washoe County, I guess, didn't make it to the comment sheet, but this was discussed at length, and I believe there was a concurrence there. I didn't hear anybody speak for any of the seasons going past December 31st. I think we need some consistency on this, and if it truly is bad to be picking up sheds after December 31st, I certainly think it's bad to harvest them too. Thank you.
Any other public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Hubbs.
I was just going to say, it makes sense to me if we're using that same determination for upsetting populations when they're vulnerable for a shed. Am I missing something? That the reason we chose the dates to stop the shed antler hunting was to reduce disturbance to these populations, but we're saying we're going to have those same populations be hunted during that time? I would agree with the two gentlemen that just came up that doesn't seem to make sense.
Commissioner Olmberg.
Initially, when we discussed the shed antler season, the elk actually don't begin to shed until later. You know, it's not, most of them, in fact, almost all of them do not shed until the beginning of February. So this hunt season would be just prior to the normal shed season when people would actually be in the field impacting them. So the date in the shed season, we discussed that, and it was to impact deer in January more than the elk. And so this hunt isn't targeting deer, it is targeting elk. And it's more of a management hunt than. So anyway, that for me, in my mind, that's the difference, is that we really didn't discuss trying, the shed, impact of shed hunting isn't really in January, it is in February and March. That's the two prime months.
Commissioner Barnes?
Yeah, I'm going to pretty much say what Commissioner Allmark had to say. I think it was at the Elko Cab meeting. I can't remember if it was during the meeting or after the meeting, but the topic was brought up and that question was asked, and the biologist said basically the same thing, is that they took that into consideration when they were looking at these seasons, but because the elk weren't shedding their horns yet, that they didn't think there was going to be any impact. So the biologist said that the department took that into consideration when setting these up already.
I think a comment I'd have too is the information that was provided to this commission on the shed antler hunting was the level of disturbance that was occurring in certain areas of the state by the people hunting the sheds required the closure. And I don't think you can equate that level of disturbance and what the information was provided to us in that regard to what the level of disturbance may be at the same time by a few hunters in the field. I think that's it's a different level of different type of activity, and what we heard from Mr. Lytle and others about what was going on and the need to close it. So I also think that I don't believe we closed shed hunting in 051, did we? Humboldt County was not included in that closure because we didn't feel the need because they weren't experiencing the problem. So in terms of, we heard the reasons why the late season in 051, which is to comport with the Humboldt County Elk Management Plan and the numbers that are there. Mr. Casanelli can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't heard from Humboldt County of objection to this. Yep. Director Wasley.
Thank you, Chairman Johnston. I just would like to take the opportunity to point out what the department is trying to do with managing populations, getting the desired harvest to maintain populations at, in some instances, agreed to or planned levels with respect to elk, and also minimize the conflict in hunters and manage the expectation in minimizing that conflict. And so certainly, if it was the commission's desire for us to end hunts sooner, we would either have challenges in achieving the desired harvest to maintain those population objectives, or we would have an increased inability to meet the public expectation of not having concurrent hunts across species, across weapons. And really that's the challenge, is how do we get the harvest that management desires, needs, while minimizing that conflict. I guess as arbitrary as it may be, I don't believe that we view shed hunting in and of itself as a management tool. We're trying to manage the impacts, potential impacts on habitat and animals through that regulation, but we look at the direct removal of animals as a management tool and try to meet public expectation in minimizing the overlap between hunters, weapon classes, species, as we hear frequently, is a big concern from our sportsmen in the field.
Commissioner Hubbs?
When you were talking about the areas, it brought to mind too some of the issues with the shed hunting, had to do with the movement of cross-state shed hunting because of some of the, the issues taking place in, for instance, Utah, where they weren't able to shed hunt, so they were coming over into the Nevada areas and kind of disturbing toward the latter end of the season, which put stress on animals. But I guess that really doesn't have to speak to, that doesn't speak to harvest management issues. It has to do with disturbance before they get ready for winter. I don't know, kind of a different idea altogether.
Commissioner Caviglia?
I guess, I mean, the lion's share of these hunts are gonna end on January 5th. I really don't see the issue. The one hunt that is proposed to go deep into January is the 113 hunt. And, I mean, I have personal experience out here and I can see exactly why Endow's proposing it, because I've seen elk come out of the res in winter over there, so that's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was there a specific reason why we set January 5th as the date as opposed to not going back to December 31st on those changes?
Yeah, Commissioner Keel, as I indicated earlier, we're trying to just make those ending dates consistent with the seasons that were already in place in White Pine County and Lincoln County, which had ended on January 5th. Now, I can say from a personal perspective, I think that going out to January 5th, again, just provides our hunters with a little bit more time to get out in the field. If you don't live close to that resource, I can speak from this past hunting season, it's a lot of work to get out to Area 7 from Reno and spend 5 or 6 days hunting. And then you have snow load on top of that, so you've got to be able to deal with snow drifts and such. And so what we were trying to do is just create a hunt that does provide flexibility for the hunter. We do understand it goes a few days into January and it does conflict with that shed closure. If you look at our hunt information, what we typically see is most hunters are hitting the first week of the season really hard, and then from then on, the use really starts to tail off. And I would venture to guess if we looked at who actually goes out in the field that last 4 or 5 days of the hunt, it's probably not going to be a lot of people, but what we do see is those people tend to be really successful. And I want to make sure that we continue to provide at least that kind of an opportunity for those hunters. I don't know if that answers your question. I hope that it does.
Commissioner Valentine?
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I've been a proponent for pulling these seasons back to the December 31st for a couple of years. But I think 5 days is not going to make that much difference. And I think former Commissioner Bliss I think he'd be okay with it too. So that's my position.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'd just like to point out too that I think out of all of the counties and cabs that reviewed our seasons this year, only Eureka County was the one that voiced some concern about the season. So we have White Pine County, Lincoln County, Elko County, all reviewed these seasons going to December 5th. They were all supportive of the shed closure to begin with, and they're also supportive of these seasons as proposed.
And I'd also note that we've kept the January 5th and a lot of the other units, there's no change. And really on some of the new January 5th dates is actually pulling back and eliminating 26 days from the season. So. Further comments? Questions? Motion?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll make a motion. I move to accept CR 1905, 2019, 2012, 2021, or 2020, 2021 big game hunting seasons. Resident elk antlered any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102. Resident elk any legal weapon 4151. Non-resident elk antlered any legal weapon 4251. Resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4151. Non-resident elk muzzleloader hunt 4251. Resident elk antlered archery hunt 4151. Non-resident elk archery hunt 4251. Resident elk spike any legal weapon hunt 4651. Resident elk antlerless any legal weapon 4181. Resident elk antlerless wilderness only any legal weapon, 4181. Non-resident elk antlerless any legal weapon, 4281. Resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt, 4181. Non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader, 4281. Resident elk antlerless archery, 4181. Non-resident elk antlerless archery, 4281. Resident elk antlerless any legal weapon depredation hunt, 4107. Resident elk antlerless elk management any legal weapon hunt, 4481. Option for mule deer hunt, 1331. Non-resident elk antlerless management any legal weapon hunt, 4482. Option for mule deer, 1332. Resident elk antlerless elk management muzzleloader hunt, 4481. Option for mule deer, 1331. Resident elk antlerless management archery, 4481. Option for mule deer hunt, 1331. Resident junior elk antlerless management hunt, 4407. Option for resident junior mule deer hunt, 1107, as presented by the department. Did I get them all?
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Barnes to approve the elk seasons as presented with a second by Commissioner Hubbs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move on to the bighorn sheep seasons. Mr. Cox.
I wish you had done that when I was doing it years ago. We had a little bit more contentious and time involved.
Maybe
Got
Mr.
elk.
Maybe Mr. McKee just presents it better.
You got me there, man.
Well, I
Or
mean,
maybe I built the bridge.
If you're gonna open the door,
I paved the way.
that's another way to characterize it. But the road was paved roughly.
I won't say what happened on that national championship. All right.
You think it's gonna go smooth now?
I knew it wasn't, so I figured I might as well get my lick in. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Cox, staff biologist for Nevada Department of Wildlife, and here to present our bighorn sheep and mountain goat season recommendations for the next 2 years, 2019 and 2020 seasons. I'm just going to briefly go over some of the changes and some of the rationale that we had for those changes. Starting with desert bighorn sheep, resident. We have some early seasons that I felt were kind of all over the board. They were affecting some of our aerial surveys, and but we still feel that they're important, especially some of the units, high elevation, lot harder to get up in November, December, chase bighorn at over 10,000 feet. So we settled on a September 15th through October 15th early season for those high elevation areas that we wanted to target some of the higher populations to harvest. We moved the Wasatch Range, Mount Grant, to a later hunt. Last few years, we were having conflicts with rams, some of the rams still watering near the town of Walker, and we feel like we can remove that conflict with the folks in town and the sportsmen, and during that hunt, they won't be tied to water during our standard season of November 20th opener. Gabbs Valley Range, we split that years ago with 205 to the north and west, and the other section south of Gabbs Valley Highway to the south and east is 207. The field biologist felt that earlier season, there's ram distribution that's stronger down in 207 that sometimes gets shifted into 205 later in the year. So we felt earlier season may provide the hunters in 207 a better hunting opportunity. Down to Unit 212 and 213, with the seasons being extended to January 1, last year, we felt we would take advantage of that extra week and a half for those early, late seasons. Last year, they ended on December 26th, so we spread the extra few days to the early and the late, and those seasons that are before you show that. And then just the last few seasons are the seasons involving the Nellis, or the Nevada Test and Training Range, and they require us to start on a weekend, so we're always having to adjust those dates for a Saturday opener. And then I'll go over the desert non-resident, a few hunts changes there. Again, we're accommodating that early season opener closure dates to mirror up with the resident. And then we've added a few units to spread the non-resident tag wealth across a few more units. We were sometimes having to put 2 or 3 tags, non-resident tags, in a small unit that probably only had less than 10 tags for residents. So, and every now and then, probably every 2-3 years, 5 years, we take a look at the distribution of our non-resident tags and the types of hunts that we offer to our non-residents, and try to expand that. And we're still looking at the 90-10 split, but just let folks know, a couple years ago, the demand from non-residents surpassed our residents. So we actually have pushing 9,000 different applicants that are putting in for desert bighorn sheep for a non-resident tag, and about 8,500 residents with that 90-10 split. So always trying to accommodate them. They share a lot of their financial gain with us, and so I felt like we needed to share a few more units with them. So those are the desert bighorn sheep recommendation changes that we had.
Questions for Mr. Cox? Public comment in Las Vegas?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Public comment in Reno?
Mel Belding, I'm speaking for myself. I agree with the 207 season. I'm there quite a bit. I do see what happens right at the highway of Gabbs, Calvada, and over into Ferguson. I think it's a great idea. My only question is, why only a 20-day season? The rest of these seasons are much more liberal. I think we ought to put at least a 30-day season on that, if we can do it. But the department has a rationale why we can't do that. I just think lengthening that season to be more in line with the rest of the seasons would be a better idea. Thank you.
Any additional public comment in Reno? There's someone coming up.
Chrissy Pope from Nye. I wouldn't even be opposed to, going into the 17 North, actually having that hunt September 20th through October 20th. That is one of the higher elevations, so it is a little bit tougher hunt. If you can even get a horse in there, and I'm just speaking for 17 North, that definitely, it moves those sheep down and gives them a little bit, the hunter a little bit more of an opportunity. This year, there was it was tough hunting that area for the people that did draw that tag and stuff. Those sheep they were pushed far back and stuff, so I know a few of them did fill out their tags and stuff like that, but I wouldn't even be opposed to, like I said, changing that from, going from like September 20th, giving those sheep time to move down, because that is, a 10,000 elevation hunt and stuff. Thank you.
Any additional public comment in Reno? Mr. Cox, question. The 207 hunt, October 15th and November 5th, that's shorter than the other seasons.
Yeah, I think the only reason we probably chose a closure of November 5 was a holdover from the potential to use it as source stock. We've got a very small window for capturing our animals in that early November period. I'm not saying that we would never use it, but it is not, well, I'll just say that it has one of the virulent pathogens we're concerned about, but the performance of the herd is doing well. And that entire metapopulation in that general area, as we did a few years ago, we used a herd with like strain type of the pathogen to move to another area that had the same strain type. So the potential does exist for us to use it as source stock, but I would generally agree with Mel that if we were concerned about that, we could probably in advance the year, if we got to a point where we really needed to move some sheep, we could just wait a year and change that season. But yeah, I don't have a problem of having it run through November 15th. I think the likelihood of us using that area is probably minimal now for source stock. But that was probably the only reason we cut it off at November 5. We're typically out capturing sheep November 5 through 10. We always try to stop about 10 days before the opener.
Questions?
Mike, do you have a problem with Chrissy's recommendation of moving 17 North to September 20th through October 20th?
Well, the reason, let me go back to last year, or past years. We never had an early season in 17, as we should have. Very similar to across the street in 161 Mount Jefferson, the Toquima Range. And to be honest with you, we'd want the hunters in there as early as possible. So last year, the recommendation was September 5, but our biologists are always conducting aerial surveys around that time. And so we were really conflicted with, we don't want to be out there right after, right before the season. So we wanted to get a few more days so we can get our aerial surveys in. What's happening, we just don't have the consistent snow cover. Those sheep will stay at 10,000 feet till November 1st if they can. to December 1st if they can. So we want it as early as possible. Some would say maybe September, we should stay with September 5, but we're asking for just a little bit more window. But I wouldn't want to start it any later than September 15th. They're still up there, and they're not going to get pushed down in 10 days. They're going to be up there as long as there's no snow. And the last couple of years, it has been open until Christmas. So there is one other consideration that I almost forgot. We've had an observation in the Reveilles, which is Unit 251, of animals that are moving down into that area, if not establishing a small herd. There's limited water, and this is no different than many other areas, whether it's Hunts Canyon, the Egan Range, south end of the Clovers near the Mormons. We want to maybe consider providing the hunter another option. If he knows the area, he's comfortable going down there looking for sheep, to attach that Unit 251 to Unit 134, the Pancake Range. We would not increase the tag quota. We'd only base the quota on the herd within the pancakes, but we also may learn something from the hunter if they go down into the Reveilles in search of rams. That would be something that just came up the last week or two that we did not put in our recommendations, but I would ask for your consideration.
Yeah. Commissioner Valentine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Cox, on 173 North?
Yes, it is.
Did you say you would not extend the season to October 20th? In 173 North? Or you would like not to extend the season?
It's 30 days now,
Right.
which is the standard as the rest. So I think Chris was asking for an earlier date or a later date and a later end. And we just feel the earlier that the hunters can be up there, the better. She had suggested September 20th opener, and we're suggesting a September 15th.
Well, in some of the southern units, we're going from November 20th to January 1st, and that's like 40 days. So is the extra,
Well, I guess the only thing I can say is we're trying to be consistent with our management plan, which is 30 days. So we haven't embraced the 40X days season yet. So we're still kind of old school with 30 days.
okay.
I guess that confuses me a bit, because there's a number of seasons that are beyond 30 days. I mean, I just had the tag from November 20th to January 1st, and there's a number of units where that's the season.
Right, and that was changed last year, and we just weren't considering that for the other seasons that are out of the ordinary.
You may ask all the questions you'd like. Commissioner East.
I apologize. Mike, you mentioned Unit 251, but I'm not finding 251. Am I missing something? Does anybody else?
It is nowhere to be found on your recommendations. As I stated, it was something that just came up the last couple weeks,
Okay,
and I just wanted to bring it forth. It was not in our proposed recommendations.
And the request is to include that with what hunt unit?
134,
So it would read 134, comma, 251.
correct.
okay. With the same dates?
Yes.
Okay.
And then one other, if you consider the change in Unit 207 to November 20th, I would recommend that you also change Unit 204 to November 20th end date. Or 15th, excuse me. 20 is better. Yes. Man, we certainly could have had this discussion about season lengths. We were trying to be somewhat standard. Yes, there was a non-standard season approved last year, and we didn't know what direction to go. Was that a lead-in? Are you taking our hand to dance, or was that just that a one time?
And we're closing. The proposal's to close 2 units on the U-Hunts.
Yes. I just thought I'd start with the ram hunts.
Oh, all right, we're just doing the Rams. Okay. Any further questions, comments? Motion? Commissioner Valentine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to, for that portion of CR 1905, for resident Nelson Bighorn sheep, any ram, any lethal weapon, hunt 3151, to add, with the following amendment, add to Unit 134, Unit 251, to add season closing date in 173 North from September 15th to October 20th, in 204 from October 15th to November 15th, 207 from October 15th to November 15th. Non-resident Nelson Bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon. 173 North, no, is that? Yeah. 173 North, September 15th to October 20th. That's the only changes there. 207 is it? Okay. 207, October 15th to November 15th.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chairman Valentine with a second by Commissioner East to approve the resident Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep hunt 3151 and non-resident Desert Bighorn sheep hunt 3251 as presented with the changes noted. Is everyone clear on the motion?
If you could, Commissioner Valentine, go over those one more time.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Just to clarify the motion, we're adding Unit 251 to the hunt that's proposed for Unit 134. The 173 North season will run from September 15th to October 20th. The 204 hunt will be from October 15th to November 15th. The 207 hunt would be from October 15th to November 15th. And then the non-resident hunts would have the same season, so 173 North would be September 15th to October 20th, and 207 October 15th to November 15th. Everyone clear on the motion? Mr. Cox, you clear? I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move then to the resident and non-resident U-Hunts, 3181 and 3281.
Okay, I was just making the change for the 19, but I will make that change for the 2021. All right, so the resident and non-resident desert U-Hunts, we eliminated Lone Mountain 212 and Bear Mountains 253. from the need to have a U-Hunt. We've reached our population objectives in both areas. So that's eliminated for both the resident and the non-resident. And I'll speak to, you want me to go into California bighorn sheep or just the desert ewes?
Why don't we do the California too?
Okay. All right, so for the California ram hunt, 8151, there's no change recommended. There is 2 changes for the non-resident ram hunt, 8251. Similar rationale, trying to spread the non-resident tags out to a few more units, give them a couple more options to apply for. And that's the only alternative recommendation that we had for California bighorn sheep. We are continuing to recommend the California bighorn ewe hunt in Unit 068, the Sheep Creek Range.
All right. Any questions on those? All right, any public comment on Las Vegas on the bighorn sheep, the desert bighorn sheep ewe hunts or the California bighorn sheep hunts?
No comment in Las Vegas, thank you.
Any comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Any comment in Reno?
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. We do want to commend the department for separating the non-resident hunts for the California bighorn, spreading out that. We think that's a great move. We also recommend no season for the resident California bighorn sheep ewe hunt. We did recommend that last year. Again, we are trying to transplant these sheep around, especially into Washoe County right now, and we'd like to keep those ewes around. So we'd recommend no hunt. Thank you.
Mel Belding, I'm speaking for myself. Department's moving in the right direction in my view. I'd like to see these other 2 desert ewe units get taken out too, but I understand the nature we're in. 068, I agree, it should be taken off the books. This is not for management at all. I mean, when we're talking about two ewes being harvested, I think those ewes can better serve the sportsmen in the state of Nevada if they are transplanted. If there is a problem in a unit, I don't see where just taking 2 ewes could satisfy that. And if we want to get a jump on it, maybe we should consider 068. The last I heard, it does not have any diseases. Maybe we should take a few more out of there and put them into these units that we are going to be transplanting into very soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Reno? Come on down.
Morning, my name is Steve Kellers. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also against the sheep hunt or the ewe hunt in 068. I've been against it since it was initiated, and I believe that those sheep could be used better in other parts of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Torges from Lander County, but speaking for myself, 068's in my backyard. I've fought the ewe hunt ever since it came out. I think we can put those sheep at other places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County, but I'm speaking for myself. I just want to take a moment to thank the Wildlife specialists and stuff for closing those 2 units, 212 and 253. I think it's wonderful that they, have done the surveys and stuff. They've taken the initiative to close an area where a hunt doesn't need to be. Those are my backyard, and I really do appreciate just the consistency with it and just really monitoring those ewes, because if we don't need to hunt them, then we don't need to hunt them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Mr. Cox, there's some public opposition to the U-Hunt in 068.
Yes. That's what we expected. Yep. I got to earn my keep, don't I? So I'll start off with, there's 2 things to discuss: the Sheep Creek herd itself and the concerns we have for the habitat and potential disease risk. And then we do have opportunities to transplant some sheep. It's coming up very soon, and the decisions that we've made on source stock for that. So starting with the reason why we started a U-Hunt in the Sheep Creek Range. Up until 5 years ago, it had burned pretty much 100%. It's an invasive monotypic stand of cheatgrass, tansy mustard, and a few other non-native annuals. Definitely its productivity has been reduced. And we were trying to be responsible and not allowing that herd to get too high. We have used it in the past for source stock, but so a couple of the other issues that we have is that population grows, which is no different than, I can name off 20 others that we're not doing anything with, and they're ticking time bombs. But we do have a weed goat operation that's at the base of the Sheep Creeks. And we've been in discussion with the owner and our eastern region. We're trying to work on a fence to try to keep our wild rams and possibly even ewes to bridge that, to go through that fence and maybe make contact with those goats. So we're concerned about that as that population grows. The other thing is to the north, we've had some hints of the sheep from the Sheep Creeks going on forays to the north into the Eisenhoods, which put them at risk to the domestic sheep trailing route that created some issues with the snowstorms back in 2011. And so we're certainly wanting to keep that herd down below 150 or so, maybe toward 120, both from a habitat standpoint and potential contact of disease risk. So this past summer and fall, we are considering, and you approved, some translocations. And one of them that was potentially going to be considered a match for using Sheep Creek Range source stock was the Massacre Rim in Washoe County. We're looking for 20 animals to augment the Massacre Rim, and we felt removing 20 was a bit too much from the Sheep Creeks. And then maybe stepping back a bit, we're not setting quotas today, but our goal for the U-Hunt in 068 was to probably remove about 10 ewes. So we'd be looking at 10 to 15 ewe tags is probably what we'd be coming to you in May with a quota recommendation. Logistically, it's not efficient, costs more to take 10 here and 10 there. Ed Partee in the western region has a herd that's pretty well matched up with the Massacre Rim. It's the double H's, another escarpment type habitat. And he felt he could remove 20 in one swoop from the double H's to use for the complement to move to the Massacre Rim. And another issue with the double H's, as that herd increases, we have a domestic sheep wintering ground on the dormant alfalfa fields in Kings River Valley that we're concerned about. It's as close as 5 miles from that herd. And so it also has a concern, and it's a challenge to try to deal with all of these issues. So that was overall the rationale for us using a different source stock for the Massacre Rim and maintaining that hunt to try to slowly take that herd of the sheep creeks down, but we didn't think removing 20 would be appropriate.
Additional comments? Commissioner Valentine?
Mr. Cox, if, I understand it's not efficient to move 10, 15 sheep, probably cost effective either, but if funding were available between now and quota setting, either through an NGO or whatever, or the funding to do the transplant, would it still be feasible?
It's scheduled for this next Friday. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you that when we came forth with our proposed release plan this past fall, we do have opportunities in late 2019 and early 2020 for California bighorn sheep translocations. We certainly can consider the Sheep Creeks for some of those. We've got some sites still in Washoe County. And again, we're also collaborating with the Pyramid Lake Tribe, Paiutes, to restore sheep to the lake range. So those are all opportunities that we'll have later this calendar year and early 2020.
I guess I have a question. If I heard you correctly, you thought translocating, moving 20 sheep out of 068 might be too many numbers. And then you found the better location to take sheep to move to Massacre Rim. Is that right?
Yeah, the Eastern region felt that 20 would be a little bit too much. And
I guess that's my question. If taking 20 out of the Sheep Creek for translocation is too much, why are we going to have a U-hunt for 10 to 15 tags? That doesn't make, that just...
10 is different than 20, I guess.
Well, I understand that.
That's the point.
And I guess if we don't have a U-hunt in 068, then that might motivate the department to find another home for the 10 to 15. I'm not going to support the U-hunt. I don't like them. I think there's other opportunities to move the sheep around. I think we need to look at that. And so, Commissioner Allenberg?
What happens if could the habitat on the Massacre Rim, could it accept transplants from both areas? Would that be too many sheep to transplant?
It's an augmentation. So certainly if it was a reintroduction, we've always considered 30-40 to be pretty good way to start a herd, but I think 20 is what we want to start with. The other thing is we have some predator management that we want to do. We want to try to mark most of those animals with GPS collars so we can track their survival. The other issue we have this year is we have an internal policy that because of disease, which is real, and I'd like to spend a few more minutes discussing that issue, which I think people are glossing over, is we capture animals prior to using them as source stock to confirm that we do not find the virulent pathogen in the herd. So we did that back in November on the double H's. We did not capture any out of the sheep creeks. We are going to be putting a few collars on the Sheep Creek Range, hopefully in the next few weeks, to give us a better handle on their movements, their survival, if they're going to go on walkabouts. So we're trying to put some resources to help answer that question. But getting back to the purpose of the U-hunts was, and we've had lots of discussions. I've been up here several times trying to explain the pneumonia events, how they start, and we've taken it very seriously. The entire West has taken it very seriously to not contribute to another disease event that we can avoid, of moving animals that have issues. So yes, the sheep creeks are clean, which is great, and we want to keep it that way. We feel like we've got to manage that herd to a certain level. But statewide, we've got a lot of herds that have been exposed to these pathogens. And it's a difficult decision not knowing how the other herd or the few animals nearby, if you were to use them as source stock, are going to react. I'll just bring up a point of what's just recently happened in the Clan Alpines. We had a die-off in 2007. We lost about 40% of the Fairview Slate population. We didn't take any action. We monitored it. We've been monitoring it to try to understand the herd's response, because it's one of the best responses that we've ever had from a disease event. And we actually detected some positive animals a couple years ago in the herd, both ewes and rams, and we didn't do anything about it. Those carriers exist in these herds. We don't know how many long years after the initial spillover, but we got snake bit this fall by not taking action to remove those animals. And it's a needle in a haystack. There's 400 animals in there now, and we don't have the resources to capture every one of them to find out their pathogen status. But someone from that herd moved north, made contact with the Clan Alpine herd, and we're probably going to lose 200 sheep in that herd. And those are the concerns I have of not being proactive. And I'll admit, moving sheep, killing sheep may not prevent the next disease event. It's all about probabilities. So we're just trying to lower that probability of it happening. So I can't say it's going to be a foolproof way to save ourselves from the next loss of 100, 200, 300 sheep. But our options are much more limited than they were in the past of transporting pathogens that we don't want somewhere else. And we're trying to make informed decisions, but it's difficult.
Commissioner Kill, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, probably just to back up a little bit. So if we weren't to have this U-Hunt in the 068 group and talking about the future augmentations or reintroductions, if we put that off for a year, is the minimum that the department usually uses for use to augment or reintroduce 20? And where I'm going with this, could we put this off for a year and maybe take the risk of disease, but have the opportunity to take these sheep to the lake range or another unit?
I think so. Short term, and maybe Tom Don can come down. I talked about the Sheep Creeks being pretty much burned 100%. Well, they just burned again. And we've lost what's left of the winter range for our pronghorn, our mule deer. Long term, it's going to be a benefit to the herd, to the bighorn. We're still not going to have the perennial grasses we'd like, but is there a threat, an imminent threat, to wait a year to use the Sheep Creek as a source stock, and instead of moving 10 this year, moving 20 next year? It's probably not imminent, but I certainly would want to make sure that we had our ducks in order and the funding was there, that we would definitely want to use the Sheep Creeks as source stock next year, or, this end of this calendar year.
Any additional comments or questions?
I guess one comment, I respect Mr. Cox immensely on its knowledge and understanding of sheep, and if he's concerned about it, I don't have a problem setting a season, but I would hope that between now and quota setting that some sort of vision can occur that perhaps this may be the last U-Hunt, and that we can transfer those sheep out of there and transplant to the Rim or wherever.
Commissioner Valentine, I appreciate that, and we can work hard to look at the Sheep Creeks for source stock next year. But I'm going to be honest, depending on its productivity, wildfire habitat recovery, unless some of those changes occur on the landscape of removing the risk, I'm probably going to come back at some point in the future to say we may not have those opportunities to use it as source stock, but we need to keep that herd controlled and managed to try to reduce the reasons and opportunities for those things to foray. But short term, I think we can work hard later this calendar year to use them as source stock.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of in the, Mike, I appreciate, you're paving the way here. It's, I know the department would really rather not have to worry about disease and U-Hunts. I know that's, it's a kind of it's just a tool that you guys are having to consider to deal with some of this stuff. So I really appreciate the proactive approach to think in these terms, and it's new, and I see the work that you're doing with with WAFA and stuff, and the conversations that occur there, and I'm because of that disease issue, I'm certainly willing to go with a U-Hunt if that's what we need to do. I'm really, to be quite honest with you, I'm going to go where you think we need to go on this one. That's just kind of where I'm falling out on this. I'm not trying to weasel out of it. If you think that we can get through a year without a U-Hunt, and that there's possibility that we can do
We could wait, you know, it's not something that we would prefer. And this is not we literally have 100 herds in the state. It seems like just yesterday we had 50. And there is a lot of issues out there that we're trying to keep things from happening. And it is tough to see sheep die. And I take responsibility for a lot of that. So, as you know, I'm pretty passionate about sheep, very proud where we're at, but our options have lessened, and that's a bummer. It's a major bummer. It's a drag.
Commissioner East?
Mike, how often and how many sheep have we lost to disease? Do you have any, like?
We did myself and my colleague from Montana, about 6 years ago, we did a West-wide survey of all of our disease events, trying to go back to about 1980. And we estimated we lost about 3,000 adults. So we're probably up to around 3,500 lost. And then it was a couple years ago I came before you. I think the meeting was in Yerington, and I gave you an estimate of how many lambs that should have survived. And we typically only survive 30 lambs per 100 ewes, 35. We've probably lost 1,500 lambs to pneumonia during that same time frame. And then you can do the math, how many other animals that would have generated. But yeah, that's about what we've lost. We're not the worst off. Montana, Colorado, they're looking deeper wounds than we are in terms of numbers.
Commissioner Barnes?
Thanks. I guess kind of my feelings right now is I appreciate what Mr. Cox is saying, and I kind of understand the direction he's coming from, and I'm really not a favor of any kind of a female hunt in general. But if there's some concern there by the department, I can respect that, and I think if we need to, we could adjust the quotas. I just don't want to not have set a season for 2 years, and all of a sudden have a wreck where then all of a sudden, in a couple of years from now, we got to set a hunt, and then we have quotas that are really high. I think if we need to, we can adjust the quotas and keep them low or do some adjusting. But I don't want to get caught in a trap where all of a sudden we have to go in there and get 20 to 40 ewes out of there at once. So I guess I'd rather just set a season if that's what they feel we need, and then we could adjust, make a real moderate quota set if we need to, or do our adjusting that way.
And that's exactly where I was gonna head here. Mike mentioned his passion for it, and it's a difficult, it's really the only tool that they have right now, and I'd hate to take it out of their toolbox, and I agree completely. We can adjust, it buys us a few more months between now and then, and we can be real moderate with our quotas if it's warranted. We can see where things are at for the next, possibly the end of the year with moving animals or whatever the case might be. But I completely agree with Commissioner Barnes on that one for that same thought.
Commissioner Allenberg?
I'm on board as well with that same thing. I'd really be towards the cautious end of things. So I'd really be careful about taking one. I'm optimistic about taking one step forward, but I'm also very fearful of taking two back. So as Commissioner Barnes said, we can set the season and proceed with caution with the quota.
Any other questions, comments? My last name was Drew. I'm looking at, I think, an 8 to Drew vote. I'm not questioning the motives or desires of anybody. I understand the department, but I heard we can wait. We would just prefer not to. And my view on that means is that the U-Hunts should be the management tool of last resort. And if there is an opportunity to wait, then I'd like to wait rather than initiate the U-Hunt. I'd like to close the season. I understand the concerns and views of everyone else, but I can see from what I'm hearing, I'm in the minority. So in any event, I think too, it goes back to the initiation of the U-Hunts originally. It was a tool to be put in the toolbox, weren't necessarily going to use it, and now here we are many years later and we're getting the closures and that. So I'll entertain a motion if someone wants to make one.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the department's, for resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep, NEU, any legal weapon, hunt 3181 as presented. Non-resident Nelson Bighorn Sheep, NEU, any legal weapon, hunt 3281 as presented. Resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 8151 as presented. Non-resident California Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 8251 as presented. And resident California Bighorn Sheep, NEU, any legal weapon, hunt 8181 as presented. Oh, I'm sorry, I got more over here. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 9151 as
I don't
presented.
think we did we did not.
We're not going to do the, okay, then I retract that portion of it.
I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch. Is there a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Barnes to approve the Desert Bighorn NEU resident and non-resident hunts as presented, as well as the non-resident and resident California Bighorn sheep hunts as presented, as along with the resident California Bighorn NEU hunt. Everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay? Nay? Motion carries 7-2, with Commissioners East and Johnston voting no. Okay, let's move on to the resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep. And if we can, Mike, can we go ahead and do the, can we do the mountain goat as well now?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just got some positive information from Tom on mountain goats, so I'll share that. Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, rams, hunt 9151. We are proposing to put back a couple units that we had taken them off last couple years. 074, the Badlands contact herd, and the interstate hunt on the pilot range, Leppy Hills 091, is back in our court this year. We had a Utah resident hunter hunt in there last year. Both herds are small, and we are optimistic, as Pat Jackson spoke earlier, along with Kerry Hubner. The Badland herd is seeing a little bit of growth, and we do have enough mature rams for a tag. So that's good news. Pilot range, on the other hand, is still in the doldrums. We actually met last summer with our Utah counterparts in Windover, and we had quite a bit of discussion on herd management, collaborating with the local wool growers. And at this time, we don't have a lot of good answers and a lot of opportunities to affect a positive change in that herd. And so we have really, for the last six to 8 years, have had almost no lamb recruitment. And so we do not have enough mature rams to really carry a season beyond this year. We feel like we've got probably 4, maybe 5 mature rams left in 091, and so that's why you see it blank in 2020. Mountain goats, we were definitely concerned about the East Humboldt range. We had disease transmission from the Rocky Mountain Bighorn to the mountain goats at some point, and we had almost no kid survival the last 5 years. And but the good news, I can't say that this is going to be a trend, because 1 year does not make a trend, I've been told, which is true. We saw good kid production in there. We are definitely still concerned about that herd. It's less than 50 animals probably, but we had a good number of animals seen, over 40 on survey. The concern we have is the age structure of that population. They're going to start blanking out. They're 10 plus, and it's great to see the 6 kids that we saw on survey just recently, but we need a lot of that over the next few years. So, and I will say that thanks to our sportsman organizations, we're going to go back in and capture a few of those animals. It's been a few years, see what their pathogen profiles are, see if there's any carriers left, and see if we can maybe help that herd along and get it back on its feet. But we are positive to be able to put a tag and a season in there. But as you can see, we're not quite ready for a non-resident. So we're just looking at resident hunts for the mountain goat.
Any questions for Mr. Cox on the resident Rocky Mountain and resident mountain goat hunt seasons? None. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
No comment in Las Vegas.
Any public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
If you're ready for a motion, I'll make one.
Sounds good.
Okay. I move to approve Commission Regulation 1905, Resident Rocky Mountain, let me start that over. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 9151, and Resident Mountain Goat, any legal weapon, hunt 7151 as presented.
I have a motion by Commissioner East with a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve the resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep and resident Mountain Goat, any goat seasons as presented. Everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Yeah, I'm having some requests up here for a quick break, so why don't we break until 11:45? We'll see where we're at. We only have the deer seasons. The other ones are pretty easy. Should. If everyone could find their seats so we could get the meeting started again. All right, we'll move on to the deer seasons that are part of CR 19-05. Mr. Schroeder?
For the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. I'll just give kind of a brief overview of some of the proposed changes. Largely, we were looking to make some changes in Washoe County by combining units 021 and 022 and changing the season dates around there a little bit. Some of the other stuff was kind of to be more consistent with some of the historical seasons, such as the Area 10 early season structure there. Added a few days on 041, 042. This is all on page 20, 24 of the memo. And then for Area 17, we added a new season. We added a kind of an early, mid, late structure, actually modeled after the Area 10 and Area 22 hunt season structures. That's primarily it for mule deer seasons. I would mention to the commission that, again, a lot of these seasons are tied at the hip to the junior seasons and even the non-resident guided hunts, which are later, I know, on the agenda. So just as a suggestion, you might skip the juniors at first and come back to it later, just because any changes made during the regular hunts will affect the junior hunts as well, as we usually try to match those up. Just a suggestion to the commission. But that's all I have. If there's any questions, I would definitely entertain
Any
them.
questions or for Mr. Schroeder or comments? If none, public comment in Las Vegas.
Comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Any public comment in Elko?
No comments in Elko.
Okay, public comment in Reno.
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Do you want to talk about the junior or separate that?
No, let's talk about it.
Okay.
Let's talk about it all now.
So the first thing I wanted to bring up is, since I've been on the cab, I haven't received so many comments and calls of concern about combining 021 and 022. Pretty much unanimously, everybody would like to keep those units separate and keep the seasons similar to last year. So that includes the junior hunt, 1107, the rifle 1331, 1332, muzzleloader, and archery, to keep those two units separate. Also having an ending date of November 5th. I would like to apologize, you did not get our action report, and that's gonna make this more complicated, so apologize for that. So we strongly would like to not combine those units and keep them separate. Also, for the junior hunts, as was mentioned, those do not coincide with the dates of our resident and non-resident hunt. So we'd like to make sure that 011, 013, and 014 junior hunts end on November 5th, as the rifle season does.
Say that again.
So for the junior hunt, it's proposed to end on November 2nd. For 011 through 013 and 014. We'd like that to be the same as the rifle hunt for the November 5th. And that's the same for the 022, change that to November 5th for all of those. We would also like to combine, instead of an early and late hunt for the resident, non-resident mule deer Hunt 1331 and 1332, combine 011, 013 early and late in one season to go from October 5th to November 5th. Same thing with 14.
Wait, slow down.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. I just want to make sure I get it right.
Our action
Okay, so
report
we're
would
looking
help.
at the any legal weapon hunt
Yes.
1331 at the 011 to 013, the early, late season structure.
Combine it to one season, October 5th to November 5th. 014, early, late, combined to one season, same October 5th to November 5th. And 033, early and late, combined to one season, October 5th to November 5th. I believe that's it.
Okay.
So that will be across the board. Thank you.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. We had voted to approve all the department's recommendations on the deer hunts. That was across the board. But then when I got the action paper, I'd see that Humboldt County, we share part of 043 to 046 with Humboldt County, but they wanted to take that split season we have on that side and combined it back into one season. That's not what we'd like. We had that season split in the past because at the end of that season, those deer get a lot more pressure and there's not that many deer on that side anyway. So we'd like to keep that season as a split season as it sits, as the department had recommended.
That was 043 to 046. You like the split season structure? Mr.
Tom Casanelli, Humboldt County. For the record, we had a split vote on that. It was 2 to 3, if that helps the commission.
For the record, Corey Lytle, Lincoln Cab.
Can I ask Mr. Casanelli whether you were in the majority or the minority? All right, I assume so.
We did have some discussion.
Here. Just for the record, please.
For the record, Tom Casanelli, Humboldt County. We had some discussion on this, knowing we were in with Pershing, and I did make it clear if Pershing was in disagreement with us, we'd go along with their recommendations.
Thank you. Mr. Lytle?
For the record, Corey Lytle, Lincoln Cab. We didn't take a formal vote on this, but it seems like every year I get various correspondence and a lot of comment in regard to the ending date of the junior hunt. And we know how the calendar kind of flexes and bounces back and forth. The most important thing that gets conveyed to me is we know we want the juniors to hunt through the holiday weekend. But then I also get those who call in with a story about waiting 10 years to draw a Area 13 late deer tag and then having to hunt right alongside the junior hunters for 3 days of that hunt or 2 days of that hunt or whichever that is. So our cab didn't vote on it formally, but I would try to make the recommendation for units 131 through 134, 221, 223, 231, and 241 to 245. I'd like to see that ending date go from November 2nd to October 31st. With the holiday, it flexes back this year. I believe the holiday's on October 25th this year. I mean, that covers you through that holiday weekend. In 2020, with the leap year, it kind of bounces funny too. But the 31st should suffice to get those guys through that holiday weekend.
For the record, Chrissy Pope, Nye County. On areas 171 to 173, the middle season that was added to this, at our CAB meeting, the CAB, they didn't oppose to it. Everybody they were okay with it. The more that I got to checking into it, so this is on my personal note, I don't understand the middle season. If it's for congestion, that's pretty much in Area 16 too. I mean, you're not gonna fix that problem. They're traveling, people are traveling the roads. 17, that area, you have to get out and hike. If people are gonna complain about it being congested, get off the road. You're gonna have to get out there and hike. So the only thing that I feel that it's doing is adding that middle season is the early season, the success rate's gonna go down. Who wants that season anyways? You know, you're out there hunting, it's hot. So I just don't understand that middle season being in there. So I would just like to leave it the way that it is, but that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Reno.
Rex Flowers for the record. On the Huntsman Washoe with 021, 022, I know that was done because we have some limited access, like in 022, I believe it is. But there's a lot of places hunt there that people don't hunt. There's a lot of places that burned up, but there are places that didn't burn up. So there is no reason to combine those units into one to afford some hunter opportunity out there that doesn't need to be. 021 and 022 are two separate deer herds. 021 is a very small resident herd, and the hunters there are really dependent on the migratory herds that come in late. 022 is a better quality resident herd. And on the borderlines, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of transfer, a few deer, but those deer should be managed as two separate herds, and they should be hunted as two separate herds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel Building, and I'm speaking for myself. 021 and 022 used to be the same unit in the 70s. Pretty much hunted all my life in that unit, those two, 022 being the favorite.
Can you make sure you speak into the mic?
I was trying to stay away so I wasn't so loud, but 022, if they have any interstate deer herd coming in, it would be in the Cottonwood area. It's certainly not in any of this southern area. They might be coming up Dry Creek Valley up into 022 through 021. It was changed late 70s, early 80s. I went into Willie Molini's office. He was a director then, and I said, hey, what are you doing here? He goes, Mel, we have two separate resident herds, and we want to manage with that. And then a couple years later, surprisingly, there was some word on the street that we're going to have all of Unit 1 tag, all of Unit 2, Unit 3. You could draw that area and hunt any of those units. And I'm back in Willie's office talking to him about it again. But I really believe if you combine 021 and 022, you're just going to have too much access and hunters in 022, and you're going to hurt that herd. And you're going to get some complaints too from the residents that live out there. Larry Johnson's one of them. He wrote a letter to the CAB. He's against it also. And I think it's time that the Washoe County sportsmen finally get their way and have a single season in 014, 011, 12, and 13, and 033. We used to have 8 to 10 times the tags. And we had a 5-weekend season, and we had no complaints. At least I didn't hear about them. But we could spread ourselves out through the weekend. And everybody wanted that element of surprise back there in the early days, and we'd all go hunt at the opening weekend, but we'd say, you know what, we're gonna come back the last 5-6 days of the season, and you had the place to yourself. When you're talking 400 tags versus what we had last year, 60, the sportsman wanted 40, We went with 60. How 60 people can't get lost in 011, 12, and 13 and never see each other is beyond me. So I think it's time, 011, 12, 13, 033, and 014 to have a single season. Thanks.
I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to point out one other thing. Chrissy from Nye County, speaking for myself. On the 171 to 173, adding in that middle season, it is shortening up the seasons. So that's not benefiting the hunters at all, just to point that out.
Any other public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission and comments, discussion, questions for Mr. Schroeder. Commissioner Barnes?
Just one question, and I think it was pointed out in Elko, in the youth hunt in 081. I think it's the archery. Portion of it is from, was it November 1st to November 20th? And the other archery is November 10th. And I think it was pointed out in Elko that that was possibly a typo, so that we could get those two matched up.
Cody Schroeder for the record. So I'll start there. It's actually not a typo, I don't believe. It's been that way.
That's how it's supposed to be?
Yeah, it's been that way for a few years. It is different from the general
Gives
season.
the youth an extra 10 days.
Yeah, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe what happened is we actually changed the season for the general archery hunt a few years ago to November 10th. It used to be November 1st, and we never really, at the time, matched the juniors up then. So it's not a typo in the sense that that's the way it's been the last couple years, but it's probably been an oversight for 3 or 4 years. At least that's my recollection. And I honestly don't remember the reason why we shifted it later in the first place, shortened it, the general archery hunt. If there are no further questions, I can kind of respond to some of the comments.
How about some comment on, let's see here, combination of 021 and 022?
Yeah, so from the department standpoint, where we were coming out with that is we received a lot of calls as well this year regarding specifically 022 and the hunter access there. So between some of the road closures and the access, a lot of our hunters that received those tags just could not find a place to go deer hunt that they felt had quality deer hunting. Along with that, we had some challenges with fires. We've had fires in that unit in recent years. Last year was a particularly bad one. And so, we looked at kind of the historical structure as public comment pointed out. It used to be combined unit. And so we just kind of came up with the early-late structure modeled after the other Washoe County units, to where we'd provide an early hunt with maybe a little bit higher quota, and that late hunt structure with probably a very limited quota, similar to we have in other hunts. Take advantage of those deer migrating in, as was pointed out, from California, and we'd be hunting resident and non-resident or migratory deer. Just with respect to, are they resident, are they migratory? I mean, we hunt deer all over the state that have mixed strategies of residency and migration. I mean, the Area 10 deer herd is a perfect example. They're completely resident deer in that herd in 101 and 105, and there's migratory deer in the herd as well. And there's some mixing between the other units, and we have a combined hunt unit group. So I don't see that as being an issue. The season structure that we propose does have kind of ramifications in a lot of ways. As I mentioned, it's tied to the junior, it's tied to the non-resident guided, and it's even tied to the non-resident guided quota, depending on how it shakes out. So that is something to contemplate. We're not married to the idea of combining it. It's just an idea to try to spread hunters out give them more opportunity. If they do get that 022 tag, they would have another hunt area. But alternative to that would probably be, we'd be looking at reducing the quota drastically in some way to try to minimize those frustrations from some of our hunters that don't have access.
I guess I'm not familiar, I know where the area is, but I'm not familiar with it. But if there's an access issue in 022 and you combine it with 021, aren't you gonna just have everybody then go into 021? Or is it, there's access, it just may not be convenient access? I mean,
That was a concern of ours as well, everybody flooding to 021. That's where we came up with the sort of the early and late season structure to try to minimize that late when you might be impacting the deer coming in from California. I don't know that we can provide a perfect solution. It's Virginia Mountains is primarily the access issues, but a large part of that unit is tribal land as well, so that prevents access. And then a large part of the Pah-Ras, just the deer density is so low at this point, and with some of the fires, that's where we were coming from.
if we split the units back up, can we achieve the department's management goals through the quota setting?
I believe that's what we would be looking at, as we just, like I said, probably reduce the quota.
Does the requests to get away from the early, late season structures in the Washoe County units, is that creating any heartburn from the department?
For the most part, no. Although there was some inconsistencies there, I noted, like especially with the junior hunt. So they want to marry up the junior hunt with the adult hunt in those units, but I didn't hear mention of the granite range. So if they're going to do that for the rest of them, they might want to extend the junior hunt a little later in 014 as well. The only concern I have is 033. We do have a sort of an informal agreement with the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge and it has to do with campsite space availability. We've tried to have that early, late split in there to try to, not have so much congestion for hunting, for campsites. It's largely a product of when we had a much higher quota in there. And it is pretty low these days, but we can't predict, I guess, what the quota is going to be at this point. But that's the only really concern that I have on the combining the early, late splits.
And then I take it if, I'm going back and forth between the season schedule and the department's rationale in that.
I can explain a little bit more, just kind of going through the list, some of our rationale. The Area 10 really is just kind of a function of historical early, mid, late structure. We went to 2 seasons and then we decided to go back to the 3 season early, mid, late structure. And we never changed the dates to what it was originally. And so it's basically adding a few days to the early rifle season and taking away some from the muzzleloader hunters. The Area 17 deer hunt, that was largely the reason we went to the early, mid, late. We've had a lot of positive feedback on the Area 10, on the Area 22 season structure. We're probably looking at recommending an increased quota in that unit this year. We're pretty high above our buck ratio objective. And so we even tossed around the idea of doing sort of a wilderness only hunt. A lot of the bucks, the buck ratio is inflated because of the wilderness area and the Arc Dome area. But we felt really a better structure would just be it actually lengthens the season overall if you consider the three seasons together, extending it to November 8th. The mid-season is a little bit truncated, but again, hunters have the opportunity of applying either early, mid, or for that late tag, depending on their hunting preference and how high up the mountain they want to hike, I suppose. That's largely the comments that I have that address most of the cabs, I think. Again, I guess just going back to the combining the units in Washoe, those were, in my mind, largely designed to kind of have a diversity of hunter opportunity where you could spread hunters out and maybe have a few more tags to achieve your management objective in that early season when it's generally hotter and you have more hunter crowding, and then that late season is to kind of provide a different type of hunter opportunity, typically colder season. You know, that quota is always a little bit lower. We generally go with like an 80-20 or even a 90-10 split in some units. So it's a reduced quota in that late season, and a lot of people like that tag. They only apply for late hunts because of that crowding issue. And so combining the seasons, essentially this early late split seasons, we're probably going to be having some challenges when we get to the quota setting, because now we're going to have to figure out, well, you know, what's an appropriate quota to get our management objective, but not have too many hunters out there in the field.
Additional questions for Mr. Schroeder? Discussion? Motion?
You know, I guess I understand that the department got a bunch of phone calls from people requesting some changes to address congestion, but the process, you know, to circumvent the cab process, you know, they have that opportunity to discuss that with their cabs, in my mind, and they're not here. So every testimony that we've heard is all going back to what it was, to combining, and I guess I'm inclined to support that.
Additional comments or questions?
I'll go. I actually agree with Commissioner Almberg. I've had early and late season hunts, and some of those early ones are really tough. I just think it gives our hunters more opportunity to spread it out a little bit. So I'm probably in favor of keeping our unit groups combined and having a longer period of time. I don't know what to do about 21 and 22. That's a really tough one, because we heard some stuff. I was at the Washoe Cab meeting a week ago, and we heard some of the struggles that people had to get in and out of that area with the last season's fires. And so I would probably keep those separate. If you know that it's gonna be a tough time to get in there, you're gonna take their appropriate equipment and measures to get in there. So that would be my preference.
Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, I have a question for Corey. What units were you talking about with the youth hunt? Just to make sure that I have them.
For the record, Corey Lytle, 131, 134, 13, 221, 223, be 22, 231, and then 241, 245, 24.
Thanks.
That actually makes, it matches the ending season dates for the regular seasons on any legal weapon too, except for the 22 late and the 13 late, so.
Okay, just matches them up.
Chairman Johnston.
Secretary Wosley.
Thank you. If I might just share some of the logic behind the genesis around the early, late, and early, late, mid-season structure. Some of this is based on some of the surveys that have been previously conducted as far as the reasons why people hunt or what the primary objective is. Many people identified simply the opportunity to be in the field as one of the primary motivations. Others identified, the opportunity to harvest a mature animal. Others identified food for their family. The discussion around the early and late season structure allowed the department to do was cater to some of those different ideas and objectives that people were trying to pursue. In the early hunts, if you look at the rates of application around these hunts, you'll see that there's a much higher interest in the late hunts and a much higher level of success, a higher percent 4-point or better. The opposite's true in the early. You have lower interest in those with lower hunter success and lower percent 4-point or better. And that's by design, because what that does is that allows some of those hunters who have expressed a desire to have the opportunity to hunt more frequently, who aren't as concerned about the opportunity to harvest a large mature animal. So it allows us to meet multiple needs. Now, granted, we have a CAB process, and people have the opportunity to participate in that process and express those desires if they know that process exists or if they know this process exists. Unfortunately, we also have survey data that shows the overwhelming majority of our customers are unaware of this process, the CAB process, and those who are aware, overwhelming minority choose to participate at their own peril, I understand. But I just wanted the commission to know some of the logic behind the early-late season structure, and that the result of combining these into a single season longer comes at a potential risk of taking away opportunity for individuals who have an expressed desire to simply be in the field. And that isn't specific to any one unit or any one place, and it's certainly in keeping with the process that's established in the CAB input. It's Commission's prerogative to go where they want or do what they want in this, but I just want to make sure that some of the history and some of the expressed desires behind the genesis of this was understood as you deliberate.
Thank you, Secretary Wosley. I think some human behavior will address that, though. If you combine the season in a particular unit, I think you're going to have those individuals who go early. That's when they want to go, and others are going to say, "No, I'm going to go later in the year, and there's reasons why I'm going to go later." Maybe that filters itself out, and I don't know how it impacts opportunity in terms of success on the draw, because now you're going to take the quota from 2, combine it into 1, and I don't know how that affects the applicant pool, but I understand the issue and the potential unintended consequence. So thank you for the... Commissioner Barnes?
I just want to kind of add on to what Tony was saying, that in Area 10, right where we are and where our ranch is, we have the split season in early, middle, and late, and that thing has worked fantastically. I mean, it reduced hunter congestion, and before we had that season, I really hated to see the season come around. It was a zoo. And with that, the split season, it eliminated a lot of our issues. I know it's adjusted with quotas and stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, a landowner, and I don't know about Washoe County or anything like that, but where we are, it's worked great, and I've supported it ever since it started, and will continue to, because it really works well, at least in Area 10.
Commissioner Olmberg.
Yeah, I think that same thing holds true in all the rest of the areas, 11, 13, all these early and late season structures. But this is an area that I'm unfamiliar with, and I'm not so sure why, but it seems like they feel strongly about not wanting it.
Commissioner Caviglia?
I just got to ask, overall, I don't think, and maybe I don't understand how you guys are setting the quotas, but overall, your total number of tags, you're not going to just take what we had previously on early and late and just add them up and have an aggregate. Now you're going to look at, well, the guys are going to hunt later. They could potentially be more successful now that overall, if we combine that hunt, your overall tag numbers could potentially drop, correct?
Commissioner Cavili, yeah, that's correct. So that is a good point. The success rates are generally vastly different for that early and late season structure. And so when we go to set the quota, we will have to take that into consideration. So we have the demand success formula, which I've presented to the commission before. And we would basically have to take a look at that and figure out, what combining those seasons would do. But in general, it probably would, to achieve the same objective on your buck kill or your buck ratio, it would probably generate a lower quota for the combined season.
Commissioner East?
By how many? Can you share with me an estimate, 10, 20, 50? Just, if you can estimate for us, Cody.
For a particular unit or just in general?
Just in general, if you can just, if we did,
You could just figure probably averaging them together if you looked at the
Combined.
success rates.
and I don't have those numbers with me.
In those areas that have similar success rates,
Yeah.
there wouldn't be a difference. In the areas that have a much higher success rate late than early, we would probably have to assume that success rate for the late hunt be applied to that quota. And so if it was twice as much, it could cut the quota in half. It's in an extreme case.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'm looking at just some of the numbers for success, and 011, 013 is, 60 versus 35, late versus early. 014 is 60 versus 32, late versus early. The Sheldon, that's 66% late, 39% early. That's like a 3-year average. So yeah, what Tony is pointing out, it roughly, you could probably figure half.
Okay.
Does that change Washoe County's view on this? Okay, I'm seeing a shake of the head. I'll take a stab at a motion. All right, unless there's more comments or questions. I'd move to approve the resident junior mule deer antlered or antlerless archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as presented with the following changes. That the dates for 011 to 013 for the any legal weapon hunt be October 5th to November 5th for both the 2019 and 2020 and 2020-2021 seasons. In 014, the any legal weapon seasons would be from October 5th to November 5th. We would split hunt units 021 and 022. The any illegal weapon hunt would have an end date, and this, I'm still in the junior hunt, of November 5th. In unit 081, the archery season would be November 10th to November 20th. In 131 to 134, the end date for the any legal weapon hunt would be October 31st. In 221 to 223, 231, 241 to 245, the end date would be for the any legal weapon hunt, October 31st. The resident mule deer antlerless any legal weapon hunt, 1181 as presented. The resident and non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt, resident 1331 and non-resident 1332, be approved as presented with the following changes. The 011 to 013 be combined into a single hunt with the season dates of October 5th to November 5th. 014 would be combined into one hunt with season dates of October 5th to November 5th. Hunt unit groups 021 and 022 would be split into separate unit groups for both the early and late seasons. 033 would be combined into one hunting season of October 5th to November 5th. Hearing from both Pershing and Humboldt counties, 043 to 046 early and late season would remain as presented. The 071 to 073 mid-season would be eliminated. We'd revert back to the original hunt dates of an early October 5th to October 20th and late season of October 21st to November 5th. the resident and non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt, resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 would be approved as presented. And the resident and non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt, resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 hunts as presented.
Second.
Did I miss something? Oh, I'm sorry. I'd amend my motion if the second will allow to split the 021 and 022 units on both the archery hunt and the muzzleloader hunts.
Second approved.
And second agrees. Everyone clear on the motion? Thank you for the assistance. I missed that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. It's 12:30. Is the flavor of the commission to move through the final agenda items or to break for lunch? I'll generally say that the PIW and heritage tags and that tend to go a little more quickly than the regular season settings, but if people feel they need to take a break for lunch, we can certainly do that. The preference of the chair would be to move forward.
Vice Chair, move forward.
Okay. What's that?
I think Cody had some questions to the motion. I'm not-
Yeah, I've got several questions if the commission could just stick around for a few minutes. On the split season on the 021, 022, now we did previously have two entirely different season structures on that. The 021 being the late December 1, December 10. It's, if you look on page 17, on the 2018, 2019 seasons, was the motion to go to the split season with the season that we have presented, or to go back to the original?
I didn't hear to change the dates, so I'm going to keep the dates as presented, but split the unit groups.
Okay. And then,
Wait a minute.
did any of those affect the milk?
I'm going to need the Washoe cab. I must have missed that you guys wanted the dates changed too.
And then just to clarify as well on I believe the motion said 071. I'm assuming that's 171, 173 to remove the split or the mid-season.
Yes, I thought that's what I
To
said,
go-
but if I misspoke, I apologize.
Is the date October 5th to November 5th or November 8th? It was November 5th previously,
It was to be the dates that were previously.
that were there last year. Okay.
Correct.
All right, I got that.
So it'd be in 171 to 173 early, October 5th to October 20th, 171 to 173 late, October 21st to November 5th.
Got it. And then on this, also, on this agenda item, we do have antlerless landowner hunts and emergency big game hunts. We could revisit those after lunch if you'd like, or you can take a stab at them now as
I don't think
well.
we're breaking for lunch, but yeah, we'll get those next.
Okay.
I want to make sure, was there, before we move on, we're still on this agenda item. Does Washoe County, you wanted not only the 021 and 022 split into separate units, you wanted to revert back to the original dates?
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab, yes, as the 2018, 2019 season, the split of the units and the different dates, that's one of the main reasons we wanted to do it, is to split those dates up. So each unit will be hunted separately as separate dates. So as it was previously, in each one of those, as it showed, as the muzzleloader, September 10th, October 4th for 022, for 021, December 11th through December 20th. And then for the archery, 021 would be December 1st through December 10th.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
For the archery? Wait,
Because they're two units.
right, okay.
And so we'd wanted it the same as the 2018-29 season.
Yeah.
So 021 would be December 1st through December 10th. That's what was last year. And 022 would be August 10th through September 9th. So those are two completely different.
Okay.
And then the same dates for any legal weapon?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I understood the motion to be, is what he's saying. That's what I
So
understood.
the only dates we need to change are for the archery and muzzleloader.
No, those are all good. From what he's proposing, based on my understanding of the motion, that's what we put in place.
And then the 022 for the junior to also coincide, so November 5th for 022 as the ending date. Hopefully that's,
I did that.
okay. So hopefully all that's straight.
Okay.
Did he leave?
Would end on November 5th.
November 5th.
Okay.
Right, that was part of the motion.
Yeah, I thought so.
Already confused.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we need to make another motion?
For my clarification, I believe the recommendation was essentially to go back to the split season structure, the same season dates we had for the 2018, 2019, with the exception of the any legal weapon hunt extending to November 5th would be the only difference for the junior, as well as the corresponding 1331 and 1332 hunts,
Everyone clear?
if I'm not mistaken.
You're clear? I meant to capture that, and perhaps I just didn't capture it when I made the motion. Do I need to redo the motion?
I'm not sure. It sounded to me like the motion reflected the additional information that was provided.
Okay.
But if there's a difference, then
Well,
I
understood.
I think
Okay.
what you do is just a motion to amend whatever was different, and then,
Well, I would just make a motion to amend the deer seasons that we just adopted to conform to the recommendations and requests of Washoe County. To make sure we're clear that, and I think the department is, and everyone on the commission's clear. All the other changes were correct that we proposed, so is everyone clear on that then? Yes. So is there a second to my motion to amend?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 9-0. Okay. We'll move on then to the 2019 and 2020 antlerless elk landowner hunts and the 2019 and 2020 emergency big game hunts.
Are we on the landowner? I'm sorry, I got
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, so not much change on the landowner tags or the landowner hunts. The 2019 and 2020 emergency big game hunts, we basically just changed the language in the application there to reflect, our new licensing system and to shore up our eligibility restrictions so that they matched with the, our CR. It's another CR, I don't know the number offhand, but basically to take those eligibility out and put them in all the rest of the eligibility requirements and make sure they're matched up. Chet Van Dellen's going to be covering that in detail later on the agenda.
Okay. So we're on page 24 of 24 of CR 1905. Any public comment, or any comments or questions from the commission before public comment? Public comment in Las Vegas?
No comment in Las Vegas, thank you.
Public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
And public comment in Reno? I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Alberg?
I'll make a motion to accept, as part of CR 1905, the 2019-2020 antlerless elk landowner hunts and the 2019-2020 emergency big game hunts as presented.
A motion and second to approve the antlerless elk landowner hunts and emergency big game hunts as presented by Commissioner Olmberg with a second by Commissioner East. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Deputy Director Rob? No. Oh. You were looking at me like you need to, okay. All right, we'll move, that closes agenda item 19A. We'll move on to 19B. This is Commission Regulation 19-06, 2020 Heritage Tag Seasons and Quota. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dalen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2020 Heritage Tag species, seasons, and quota. Mr. Van Dalen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For CR 19, or CR 19-06, the 2020 Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas, the department recommends no change to the previous year's seasons and quotas, with the exception that the wild turkey heritage tag be changed to match the early start date in the Moapa wild turkey hunt unit. So wild turkey would start on March 21st and run through May 3rd for the heritage tag.
Any questions for Mr. Van Dalen? Seeing none, any public comment in Las Vegas on CR 19-06?
No public comments. Thank you.
Public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Is Las Vegas still on the line?
Yes, Chairman, no public comment in Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. Public comment in Reno on the 2020 Wildlife Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas. Mr. Dixon.
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark County. The only recommendation we had is that the Clark Cab, as well as the Fraternity of Desert Bighorn Sheep, people who were at my meeting, thought that the Desert Bighorn Sheep tag, rather than being a August 1st to December 31st tag, if it was a year-round tag, might have more sellability value. Seeing that New Mexico and Arizona tags go for more because they're year-round tags. And they felt that having that desert tag as a year-round tag was something that should be considered by the commission. Thank you.
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Due to public input at our meeting, it was recommended that we move it from the Desert Bighorn Sheep Heritage Tag number 1 and number 2 from August 1st to September 1st to reduce pressure during the hottest months of the year when they're really dependent on water, to move that up just to September 1st.
Mel Building, I'm speaking for myself. This August hunt for desert bighorn sheep ram originated a couple commissions ago, and they talked about having a year-round hunt, 365 days, just like they have in Arizona. I came and addressed it then. It's perception, I believe. I don't think we have to afford someone an opportunity of a 365 or 366 day tag to be successful for a desert bighorn sheep ram. So the commission voted to go with July, and that stuck around for a year or two, and we had another commission change for the chairman, and it was changed to August. I believe that it isn't moral, it is not ethical to hunt desert bighorn sheep in August. I'd probably argue with anyone that, or debate, whatever you want to talk about, to hunt them in September, especially our northern herds that are dependent upon guzzlers and the southern herds. Not only do we hunt them in August when they're on these waters, most of them man-made, but we hunt them right in the rut. I don't think we have to afford anyone that opportunity, no matter how much money they want to spend. I would like to see this commission go with a structure that is split up. We start those hunts in those units that have September start seasons 1 week before. So if we're talking about September 15th, I'd like to see that start in September 8th. And those hunts that start on the old standard hunt of November 20th, I'd like to see us go to October 20th and give these animals a chance to get off the water. I believe that it is a lot of public's perception too. I'm not in this game, haven't been in this game to put them on the wall for anybody and myself. I'm in it for the resource, and I believe the resource needs this. I just honestly feel, I want to stress it, we don't need to be hunting these animals in August and September. Thank you.
For the record, Bob Rittenhouse from Douglas Cab. We have a need for a clarification. On one piece of paper here, we get combined heritage and Silver State tag quotas may not exceed 15. Well, there's, in the proposed distribution of tags, it only, between Silver State and Heritage comes to 13. And we wanted to know what the reason was for the difference. Because I would think that we would want to maximize the tag quota.
What species?
Silver State.
State's 4.
Oh, you can't exceed 15.
That's 4, so we're down 2, is what you're saying?
There's 13, so between Silver State tags and Heritage tags, there's 13. And the maximum is 15.
Correct.
Okay. Is Douglas County's concerned that we should have more to get to the 15 to maximize the revenue into the Heritage account? Or,
So it was, how did you break it down then?
I thought it was not to have any more than 15 big game tags combined through the Heritage and Silver State tags. So we have 9 Heritage tags because we don't count the turkey tags. They're set at 5. And there's a proposal for 4 Silver State tags. That would give us 13 total combined Heritage and Silver State tags, which would be 2 less than the maximum.
That's correct. Okay, well, as long as we,
But
that was just a concern of ours, because we would, we wanted.
can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh,
Sorry.
we were just concerned because we thought that it would be appropriate to maximize the tag income. And it was 2 tags.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional public comment in Reno on the Heritage tag seasons and quotas? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any discussion, comments. Commissioner Cavilla?
I have a comment regarding the Nelson Bighorn tags, and I have been involved on a couple of the governor's tag hunts. My concern is you shorten that window, and Nevada's been pulling in a lot of money on those tags. It could go down. Guys are paying that money because they want to hunt those rams when they've got more access to them in the summer, and everybody knows that. That's part of the deal. The mule deer hunt, we're giving them guys to December 31st. They're hunting right in the middle of the rut. The elk hunt in White Pine County, they're hunting right in the middle of the rut. They're sitting on the edge of the park waiting those bulls to come out. It's kind of the deal with that tag. And just my personal concern is you change that date, the dollar of value of that tag is going to drop, in my opinion.
Commissioner Valentine?
And I tend to agree with Commissioner Cavilla also, and there has been a lot of discussion for several years now about going to a year-round tag, and I personally, I don't have a problem with that for these two tags.
The comment from the audience was 3 tags if you include the California sheep tag.
I believe what they're talking about is the Silver State hunt mirrors the dates of that, the heritage tag.
So are we talking about all the heritage tags and all the Silver State tags being all year round, or just a select few of them?
Right now, the agenda item is CR 19-06, the 2020 While It's Alive Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas.
Okay.
So we're talking about the heritage tags.
And then all of the heritage tags listed as being year-round, or just a select few?
I think the discussion, as I understood it right now, was to extend possibly from Vice Chairman Valentine, the desert heritage tags to year-round.
Mr. Chairman? When the motion is made and it says year-round, it's going to be problematic for the department. Can you clarify what year-round means? Does that mean from the point of purchase and earliest date that the department can issue that tag after purchase? Because if it's auctioned off on a Saturday night, there has to have some time that the money clears the banks and the department can issue a tag. And then you have different venue dates for the 3 auction tags. So can you clarify in your motion from date of sale, something not just year-round, because that could become problematic?
Well, there was no motion being made. That was just a comment.
Well, I'm just, the discussion's going. I'm afraid there's a motion that's going to be made, and it's going to become problematic for the department.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chevin down for the record. Just to point out, we are looking at the 2020 heritage tag, and later we'll be looking at the 2019 Silver State tags. So if there is any change to the heritage tags, we won't see the commensurate change for Silver State until next year.
Okay. Commissioner Cavilla?
And I guess I'm not in support of the 365. I'm really not. I like how we have it, because I know in some other states they've got it, and the guys will buy the elk tag and they won't kill a bull, and then they'll wait till right up to like July 31st and shoot a bull in the velvet or something, and I really don't agree with that. I like how we have it. So.
Commissioner Barnes?
Would the chair entertain a motion? Is the chair ready to entertain a motion?
Yeah, I just want to give everyone an opportunity to make a comment if they do have it. But no other comments?
I have one comment.
Commissioner Valentine?
I'd just like to clarify that what I was talking about was strictly the Nelson Desert Bighorn heritage tag 2 for CR 1906.
Well, can you define what you mean by year-round? It'd be like a 365-day tag from the date it's issued?
I can. I mean, I was looking at August 1st 2020 to July 31st, 2021. But I see where Deputy Director Rob is coming from. It might be exciting for the two tags when they are sold to have that excitement of being able to start just as soon as they could get tag in their pocket.
Commissioner East?
Mike Cox, do you see a problem with this August 1st date? Sorry, putting you on the spot. I somewhat agree with, I somewhat agree with the comments that we've had here in Washoe County.
Well, I'm speaking for myself, Mike Cox, resident of Nevada. You're not going to believe that, but
No.
I'm concerned about the rest of the world viewing us. All we want is a bunch of money. I'm concerned about our ethics and how we're going to be portrayed, and it could leave a black eye for all of us. An animal's going to get killed. So whether he's going to be drinking water out of a guzzler and shot within 10 feet of it, or he's 2 miles away from water, he's a dead animal. But I think that perception is something that we have to be concerned about. Big game hunting could potentially be an endangered sport, and we're not helping ourselves keeping it from that.
In what respect? With the dates, or with a year-round, or with
I think
August 1st?
Just the ethics. I mean, can we make $10,000 more dollars? Maybe, but Arizona and New Mexico have different subspecies of sheep, and they're bigger animals. Their horns are bigger. You can say that the season date is affecting that sale, but I say it's a different critter. So sorry, I had to inject that.
I am mindful of some of the comments that were made yesterday. I don't think we're going to make any less money on a heritage tag for desert bighorn sheep if you start the season September 1st. Our earliest seasons on the Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep start on September 15th in certain specified units. That gives the holder of that tag 2 full weeks to be in the field before other people with the tag can be there. I think if you give them September 1st, what I would do is give them an additional time on the back end. I would set the Nelson Desert Bighorn heritage tags from September 1st of 2020 to January 31 of 2021. It gives them the same window of time, addresses concerns we've had, and I think we won't lose money from the sale of the heritage tag, but we're saying we don't want our desert bighorn sheep hunted in August. Hot time of the year, on the water, I'm comfortable with that. So.
And I appreciate that. And I should have referred to Mr. Cox and his opinion, because he makes it complete sense to me now. Greed sometimes can be a little bit enticing, so I stand corrected. I see where Mr. Cox is coming from, and I tend to agree now that I've heard his opinion.
Commissioner Almberg?
I'm just in agreement with both of you.
Mr. Chairman, if we are headed towards a motion, just another point of clarification. We have 4 units, 252, 280, 281, 282, which would be an exception to whatever dates you establish.
Yeah, those hunt units are based upon the actual season dates, and I think that's the access and military areas and
Yes.
that. So.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve CR 19-06, 2020 Wildlife Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas as presented with the following changes. That the season dates for the Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep Heritage Tag Number 1 shall be September 1st of 2020 through January 31st of 2021, and the same season dates for Nelson Desert Bighorn Sheep Heritage Tag Number 2.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries nay. Motion carries 8-1 with Commissioner Cavilla dissenting. It's probably your first one. Welcome to the club. I understand. Okay, let's move on then to agenda item 19C, Commission Regulation 19-07, 2019 Partnership and Wildlife Tags. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dellen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2019 Partnership and Wildlife Tags hunt, species, seasons, and quota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For 2019 PIW seasons and quotas, the department recommends no change to prior years. Unit 091 will continue to be closed, is recommended to be continued to be closed for elk tags. And Unit 041 is recommended to be continued closed for the California Bighorn Sheep Tag. This year, based on the Nelson harvest and the California harvest, we would close 244 and 263 for next year's PIW hunt for Nelson Bighorn sheep, and we would close 031 and 068 as well as 041 for the California Bighorn sheep hunt.
Questions for Mr. Van Dellen? Seeing none, I'll take it out to public comment. Any public comment in Las Vegas on CR 19-07?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment in Elko.
No comment in Elko.
Public comment in Reno on the PIW. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve CR 19-07, 2019 PIW tags as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch with a second by Commissioner East to approve CR 19-07 as presented. Everyone clear on the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 19D. Commission Regulation 19-08, 2019 Silver State Tags. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dellen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2019 Silver State Tag species, seasons, and quota. Mr. Van Dellen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chet Van Dellen for the record. Thank you, members of the commission. Again, for the 2019 Silver State Tag, the department recommends no change to previous year's recommendation. We will continue to recommend the closure of Unit 091 for the elk tag, and based on this year's specialty tag harvest, Unit 263 would be closed for the Silver State Nelson tag. I'll just remind the commission, based on the changes to the 2020 heritage tags, those changes may or may not impact next year's Silver State tag. For consistency, this year's Silver State tag matches, as written, this year's heritage tag, which was set last year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the Silver State Tag is designed to mirror the heritage tag.
That is the intent, yes.
Any questions? Seeing none, any public comment in Las Vegas?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Public comment in Reno? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess the one thing I'd love to change the season dates for the Silver State Tag for the reasons I previously stated, and we did. But my view is to keep it as presented, because the idea of the Silver State is to make it identical to the heritage tag. So for this 1 year, keep it as is. That way it mirrors the heritage tag. That would be my reason for not changing it. And if I had my druthers, I would, but, or make at least the motion, but I want to keep it consistent with the heritage tag.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve CR 19-08, 2019 Silver State tags as presented.
I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, seconded by Commissioner Hubbs to approve CR 19-08 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move on to agenda item 19E, Commission Regulation 19-09, 2019 Dream Tag. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dellen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2019 Dream Tag species, seasons, and quota. Mr. Van Dellen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the department recommends no changes over the previous year's recommendation. We continue to recommend the closure of Hunt Unit 091 for elk tag, the Dream elk tag, and 041 for the Dream California Bighorn sheep tag. Based on this year's specialty tag harvest, we would recommend that 244 and 263 are closed for the Nelson Dream tag, and 031 and 068, as well as 041, are closed for the California sheep Dream tag.
Questions for Mr. Van Dellen? Seeing none, any public comment in Las Vegas on CR 19-09?
No public comment in Vegas.
How about in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. I'd move to approve CR 19-09, 2019 Dream Tag, seasons and quotas as presented. Motion made by Chairman Johnson, seconded by Commissioner East. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion. You oppose?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to oppose as well because of the black bear portion of it.
Okay, so I have a vote of 8-2 with Commissioners Hubbs and McNinch voting no.
7-2, Chairman.
7-2. All right, we'll move now on to agenda item 19G, Commission Regulation 19-11, 2019 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits. Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dellen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting regulation to set the 2019 Big Game Application Eligibility and Tag Limits and related information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Chet Van Dellen for the record. The department recommends no change to the previous year's big game application deadline regarding the restricted non-resident guided mule deer hunt or the big game second draw hunt. However, the department does recommend that we extend the big game main draw application period to the 5th Monday in April rather than last year's 3rd Monday in April. We make this recommendation because our current licensing system is now entirely electronic, and our new licensed vendor does not need the time that we previously required to process applications and ensure accuracy in the system. We also continue to recommend that the big game applications be submitted online and that the harvest return questionnaires be submitted online or over the telephone through our 855 toll-free number. We can also take those through any office at our
I need to
any
back
Endo
up.
office.
I read the wrong agenda item. I read 19G rather than 19F.
I can skip to G if you'd like.
If we can do that, that's fine, because I did read the eligibility and tag limits rather than the application deadline. So why don't we move, we'll do 19G, come back to 19F, and my apologies for the mix-up.
Mr. Stockton, is that?
Yeah, the agenda says we can take things out of order.
Okay. Rewind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The department recommends no changes to the previous year's big game application eligibility and tag limit formats. We did revise the proposed regulation to remove language pertaining to the antlerless depredation mule deer hunt because this hunt is not being proposed this year. And we took, as Mr. Schroeder mentioned, the eligibility part from the season CR and added it to this CR so that all tag eligibility and limits is in one CR. So you'll notice compared to last year's version, you'll see an extra bullet point for the emergency hunts. An eligible person may submit one application for antlered mule deer, one application for antlerless mule deer per emergency hunt application period. And an eligible person may submit one application for pronghorn antelope horns longer than ears and one for pronghorn antelope horns shorter than ears per emergency hunt. So that's simply moving it from the season-setting CR to this CR so that all eligibility is in one place.
I have a comment on the eligibility. My recollection was that the TAC committee had made a recommendation off the TAC topic list that the way that the regulation is drafted now was that a person can submit one application for antlered elk, spike elk, and antlerless elk, but they can only draw one tag. And that people can apply for both the bighorn ram per species and ewe, but only draw one in the species. And that we were going to make people eligible where they could apply for both one application for antlered deer and one application for antlerless deer, as well as one application for horns longer than ears on the pronghorn and one for horns shorter, but only draw one. But I recall that. I asked people on the TAC committee if they recalled it, and I thought it was going to come forward to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, as staff to the TAC committee, I do not recall that conversation at any of the TAC meetings that I've attended, but if that was discussed at the previous meetings in 2016 or earlier, I'm certainly apologize if I missed that. Just as a point of clarification, you can apply for a spike, a bull, and a cow elk. You can obtain a spike or a bull and a cow.
Okay.
Yep.
The idea was if we're letting people apply for both ewe and ram and let people apply for cow and antlered elk, why not let people apply if they're so choosing for an antlerless deer and antlered deer hunt, as well as a horns shorter than ears or horns longer than ears antelope? And I'm not trying to say anybody missed this but me. It's just my recollection that this went through the TAC committee and that was the recommendation that we were going to bring forward. And if it didn't get conveyed, then I placed the blame on myself, because then I, as the chairman of the TAC committee, failed to follow it through. So, yeah, I know Mr. Krim from Pershing County is on the TAC, recalled that. Commissioner Valentine didn't, and I haven't had time to go back through all the minutes to see. So, in any event, I raise that up because if it's the flavor of the commission, this would be the point in time in which it would change the eligibility requirements. So I'm throwing it out there. We can obviously hear public comment on it and go from there. Commissioner Cavilla?
This came up last year as well, the same as the eligibility on, if you put in for a ram and a ewe. If the ewe draw takes place before the ram draw, you draw UTAG, then you're out of the ram draw, correct? Is that how this works, or?
So, Chet Van Dellen, for the record, the way the Big Game Draw app works is that every application is assigned a random number. So we don't do all the ewe hunts and then all the ram hunts or vice versa. Whatever your random number is assigned to that application, we take the lowest random number. Whatever you applied for with that random number, that's what we evaluate. So you can't say we do males versus females or one species over another. We take all the applications into one pot, assign random numbers to all the applications, and then evaluate quota that way. But you are correct. If you do draw a U tag, you will not draw your ram tag.
If lightning struck and you drew both and the U was first, you'd get the U tag.
Correct.
Yeah.
Further questions or comments? Any public comment in Las Vegas on CR 1911?
No comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Any public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Public comment in Reno?
Go first.
Mel Belding, I'm speaking for myself again. man, I don't like doing this, but it's the way I recall what happened at the TAC committee, what Chairman Johnston is saying. The reason why I put the pun in it first is because I was against, and I still am against, the horn shorter than ears hunt, but that is the way it went down. I spoke against it, but my recollection is that that is exactly the way it went down. Thank you.
Darren Elmore speaking for myself. I would just echo Commissioner Johnston's sentiment here. It's, as a passionate big game sportsman in Nevada, it's tough enough to manage our opportunity in the most limited state in the West, and it would be nice to be able to manage our own applications. I see the antelope issue in particular, and the corresponding deer, as a tendril of the days when we had a much longer waiting period for antelope. We've been fortunate for the antelope, maybe unfortunate for the deer, that the population of antelope has expanded to the point where we were able to reduce the waiting period to 3 years. Thus, I think it's now time that we allow Nevada sportsmen to completely manage our own applications to provide year-to-year opportunity, whether it's to be just in the field or bring something home to put in the freezer to eat for the rest of the year. So I don't know whether it can be done today, but if not, it would be great to get to that point where we have a little more universal eligibility across all species. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Dixon?
For the record, Paul Dixon speaking on behalf of myself, since we didn't have this conversation at my cab this last meeting, but I am a victim of, at least when I first started hunting here, of applying for a doe tag, not realizing I couldn't apply for a buck tag until after I'd done some things. And I know that I went to the TAC meeting, Brad, when you were chairman, and we had this discussion, and I was very much in support of going forward with this, because being able to apply for both of those, to me, is a good thing. But, you know, whether you draw one or the other and then only getting one tag, I didn't have a problem with. But being able to apply for both species to give you a greater opportunity is what I thought gave the hunter greater opportunity, is what I thought we were trying to do with that. So I remember the conversation, and I remember it well because I was a victim of applying wrong one year and ending up with a doe tag, which wasn't bad. I ended up getting a doe, but it was one of those things that you ended up applying wrong. I had a depredation hunt that I had applied for, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flowers?
Rex Flowers speaking for myself. I would like you to look at the elk situation. When we originally started out with this, that you could have both one male and one female of the elk at the same time, we were over our objectives, our management objectives in a lot of areas. We're now back within those objectives. So it would be nice, I think, that we go to, you get one of whatever comes out of the basket, and then the one you don't get will go to another hunter and afford them an opportunity in the field too. I think that what we were doing worked, but we don't need it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment in Reno? Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or possible action. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I might be confused, but if we went to a single species draw, how would that work if you drew the combination deer and cow hunt? And could that person also draw a bull or spike hunt in combination with that hunt?
Commissioner Keel, so we would not go to a single species draw. We would just allow you to apply for both genders in the same species. So currently, as an example, you can apply for a ram and a ewe tag. We do those draws separately. As soon as you win one, you're ineligible for the other. So if we did an antlered or an antlerless mule deer, we would do the same thing. Whichever you draw first, you would then become ineligible for the other. I would say, bringing up the antlered and antlerless condition on the junior hunt, perhaps we would keep that exclusive, whereas if you do the junior hunt, you would not be able to apply for the regular hunt, just as an idea, to prevent that confusion, but yeah. Yep.
So just out of curiosity, do you think we should make the changes or recommendations now, or would you like to present them when you're presenting, like at the next commission meeting through TAC, your TAC committee, after you kind of flesh out all the details a bit more?
I think the details were flushed out. It was really brought to the TAC saying, why can't a person apply for, let's say, a bighorn ram tag and a U tag, but I can't apply for an antlered and antlerless deer tag? It doesn't seem to make sense, with always the understanding that there would be the limitation that you only draw one. You can't draw both. And it was just to give people more opportunity to apply for and hopefully be successful in the draw. So I don't think it needs to be fleshed out anymore. It was not in my opinion, a controversial issue. It was, I think Mr. Elmore summarized it very well. Let the person who's doing the application control the application. You have to understand, though, you know, if you really want that antlered deer tag and you put in for an antlerless deer tag and you happen to draw that, you're out of the other. And people have to understand that. But people, I think, understand that now with the current system, so. Yes.
So I guess I'd hate to just assume, but is it, if you put in for a doe and a buck and you draw your doe tag, does that mean that it's as if you never even applied for your buck, or do you lose your bonus points, or is it just like you never submitted an application for it?
Unsuccessful.
You would be unsuccessful. So if you, correct me here on how sheep works, if you draw a U tag, you earn a ram point. So that would be the same on deer,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
Any further comments? I'd make the following motion.
You commenting?
The Commission approves CR 19-11, 2019 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits as presented with the following additions. That under the heading Big Game Tag Application Eligibility, the following 2 bullet points be added. An eligible person may submit 1 application for antlered deer and 1 application for antlerless deer per draw application period. An eligible person may submit 1 application for pronghorn antelope, horns longer than ears, and 1 application for pronghorn antelope with horns shorter than ears per draw application period. And then under the big game tag limits, the following bullet points be added. An eligible person may obtain 1 deer tag per year. An eligible person may obtain 1 pronghorn antelope tag per year.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify it, Chet Vandell for the record, the second section of bullet points is not required since we say we may only obtain 1 big game tag per species, and we are still complying with that rule, just as with sheep.
Yeah, I just was following, there's a bullet point in the big game tag, an eligible person may obtain 1 bighorn sheep tag per subspecies per year. So I thought that
Correct.
was in there because of the ability to apply for both ewe and ram. So I was
No,
just.
that's the ability to apply for Nelson Rocky in California. You can get 1 of each, but you cannot get a ram and a ewe. I didn't mean to muddy your motion, I'm sorry,
Oh,
but
no, I always thought that 1 bighorn sheep per tag per subspecies was to show you can't get the ewe and the ram. Maybe I read it wrong. Because.
correct. So that section is clarifying the main big game tag limit says, except as otherwise provided by regulation, a person may only obtain 1 big game tag per species or subspecies per year.
Okay, then
So deer and antelope would fall under that header.
I would then withdraw that second part of the motion. And my motion would just be to add to the application eligibility, the ability to apply for both antlerless and antlered deer and pronghorn antelope with horns longer than ears and shorter than ears.
If I may make one more suggestion, the department would recommend that you would add an exception for the junior antlered or antlerless deer hunt being the only deer hunt you would be eligible to apply for. Because if you apply for the junior hunt and the antlered hunt and the antlerless hunt, what would be, I mean, I guess we would only give you the first tag, but that gives 3 chances when everyone else would only have at most 2.
So then the junior hunters can either apply for the junior hunt or the main?
Correct. As they can now.
So right now, junior hunters get 2, they can put in for 2?
The current system is right now, you may only apply for 1 tag per species. So you can apply for the junior hunt for deer, or the antlered hunt for deer, or the antlerless hunt for deer. You get 1 shot. If we change the rule to allow everyone to have a shot at antlered or antlerless, then juniors would potentially have a 3rd shot, but with the junior hunt.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to word that, but I guess my motion would be that the eligibility for the junior hunters would be either to apply in the junior hunt for their tag or apply in the main draw. Can you work in that language?
I can.
Okay.
Would you like to?
But their main draw eligibility would be the same as anybody else if that's the election they're going to take.
Correct.
Right.
So to clarify, if you go into the junior application, you're applying for junior tags, you're in the junior pool quota. If you're going in for the adult, you can still apply for antlered or antlerless separately, and you're in the adult.
Right.
Yes.
You're making a choice.
Yes.
2 choices. You can go down the adult path or the junior path on the application.
My next question, sorry, as we go down this rabbit hole, is when you become 18 or you become otherwise ineligible for the junior hunt, your junior points automatically revert to antlered deer points.
That should remain the same.
Thank you.
So my motion doesn't include anything like that.
Okay.
Okay.
I can draft the language per the motion, and we can see it at the next meeting. The next meeting is before the planned opening day of Big Game, if that's the commission's desire.
Sure.
I think I'll second.
I have a very bad motion by me, seconded by Vice Chairman, so I'll call it an inarticulate motion by me, seconded by Vice Chairman Valentin. Is everyone clear on the motion and what it does?
Apply for both once you get 1, but what about the junior hunt?
They are going to be treated the same. They can go into the main draw and have the same eligibility as an adult, or they can go into the junior draw.
Okay.
Everyone ready for the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Go back to 19F, Commission Regulation 19-10, 2019, Big Game Application Deadlines, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dalen for possible action. The commission will consider adopting regulation to set the 2019 Big Game Tag Application Deadlines and related information. Maybe I should have taken a lunch break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Chet Van Dalen for the record. The department recommends no changes to the calendar for the application deadline for the restricted non-resident guided mule deer hunt or the big game second draw. However, the department would like to recommend that we extend the application deadline for the big game main draw to the 5th Monday in April rather than last year's 3rd Monday in April. Again, the reason for that is that our current system is able to be a lot more responsive to our applications. We can validate, and our contractor can act much more quickly, and we just don't need the long gap between the close of the application period and the draw itself. And we found that extending that would allow more people to apply and relieve some of the stress of the last day that we deal with. We continue to recommend that all big game applications be submitted online and all harvest return cards be submitted online, although we can take return card information over the telephone through our toll-free number or by calling any department office. We recommend no change to the previous year's harvest return card deadline of January 31st. However, we did take the footnotes from the previous season-setting CR that had all the exceptions for the return card deadlines for the late hunts, and we moved them to this CR so that all of your return card deadlines are in the same CR. I would like to point out a mistake. We did recommend February 15th being the deadline for the late hunts, but we realized that for Rocky Mountain sheep, those are the only hunts that are still open, and we thought that because you have to check the sheep in, you do not have to do a return card, but we forgot about the people who did not harvest. So they still have to do a return card, and we'd like to change that from February 15th to the last day in February. And that is the last sentence of the last paragraph of the CR.
Any questions, Commissioner Barnes?
Yeah, I have one question for Chet. It was mentioned at the Elko meeting, under the non-restricted guide mule deer hunt draw application deadline. It said it was the first Monday in March. It was their understanding that previously it had been like the third, second or third.
In March.
Yeah, I want to know why there was a change.
It was not,
I just asked the question.
we took last day's date and kept it. Last year's date and kept it. If that was a change, it's, the reason I keep looking at my phone is I have the whole draw calendar here in front of me, but, yeah, the intent was to keep the non-resident guided mule deer hunt the same calendar as last year.
Okay, it was under their impression, I think, that it was later, so. Like I say, that's just why I asked the question. What was the reason to move it up? But
Sorry, I don't have last year's date in front of me.
No, but there's one for 2019. Commissioner East asked a question, and it's the same question I had. The fifth Monday in April, why don't you just put the date? It's for 1 year, and this is gonna, I know what's gonna happen. There's not gonna be 5 Mondays every April.
Yes.
And next year, this language, we're not gonna pick up on it or something.
I'm going on tradition here by using
Okay.
the X day of the month instead of the actual date. I have no
Okay.
preference. I can certainly pick a day.
No.
But you're right, April will not have 5 Mondays every time.
Okay. Just have to remember that. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll take it out to public comment first in Las Vegas on CR 1910, big game application and deadlines.
No public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. I'll bring it, public comment in Reno?
For the record, Henry Krinkoff, speaking for the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. I'm not sure if it was last year that got changed or not, but I know for the past 20 years or better, it's always been the second Friday that the deadline has been, and this is, this year was the first time that it was brought to my attention by a couple other ones that they'd like to keep it that way. For a couple of reasons. If we shorten it up, some of our guys our clients are on vacation at that time of the year, so that just closes that window down on them. A lot of them, have been coming to us personally for 20 years, and they get a certain date set in their head that they have to apply by, and they kind of hold by it. That'd be hard on them. I also have had clients that work overseas, and if that is that time of the year, that shortens their window down and just makes it that much harder for them to be able to get their applications in also. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman, give me 1 second. I'll pull up the CR from last year. Our intent is to be consistent, and if it was an oversight, I certainly apologize. So the CR from last year, CR 18-08, was the restricted non-resident guided mule deer application deadline was the second Friday in March, which was March 9th. And this year, we went with the first Monday, which is a 4th. I'm certainly willing to put the dates in the CR for clarity. I can see how this is confusing. We also are trying to, and this is an oversight on my part, we're trying to standardize that application periods always open on a Monday to get some consistency in what our customers can expect. And you're right, we did move it from a Friday to a Monday, and I forgot to put that in my memo as a change. The intent is not to shorten it by any stretch of the, it's 2 days. Granted, it's a weekend. We're trying to take it through that weekend. So if we'd like to keep it consistent, we could say the 11th, which is the second Monday in March. Yeah, I can see by comparing it to last year's, we took the first Friday, and I got confused on the Friday to Monday. We did not intend to shorten that application period at all, so let's make this absolutely clear and say the deadline for the non-resident guided application period the department recommends would be March 11th. Oh, sorry, March 4th, March 11th with the bonus point extending 1 week after that. The application for the main draw would be April 29th. And the application for the second draw would be June 24th.
We did public comment, right? Yes. Okay. All right, so I've already done public comment. Further comments, discussion, motion? All right, I'll move to approve CR 19-10, the 2019 big game application deadlines as presented with the following changes. That rather than say the first Monday in March for the deadline for the restricted non-resident guided mule deer hunt, draw application deadline is specified March 11th, 2019. And they should read Monday, March 11th, 2019. And the big game main draw application deadline should read Monday, April 29th, 2019. The deadline for the big game second draw application deadline should read Monday, June 24th, 2019. And in the final sentence on page 2 regarding the harvest questionnaire should be February 28th. Motion by me and seconded by Commissioner East. Is everyone clear? Mr. Van Dalen, was that clear?
It was clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 9-0.
I'm done.
Let's go on to agenda item 19H. Complete that, and then we'll take a break. Commission Regulation 19-12, 2019, 2020, and 2020 to 2021, restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas. Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder for possible action. The commission will consider adopting 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021 hunting seasons and quotas for restricted non-resident guided mule deer, including hunt boundary restrictions.
All right, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. Get to my CR here. So we have to keep in mind what we made on the changes earlier, and then we're gonna have to deal with the quota as well, since we presented those. Just let me start from the beginning. One new thing we did was we added the quota to this, the season dates. It's calculated based on a formula from the previous year's tags, combination of the regular resident or non-resident deer tags and the non-resident guided tags. And so as it pertains to this, we'll just have to figure out for the combined early late units, add the quotas together basically, if the commission chooses to go that route. And then I believe the first change we made with the regular hunts was the 0-1 to 0-3 early and late season, to combine those two units, or to combine the seasons into one season, October 5th, November 5th. And then the 0-1-4 early late combined to a season October 5th, November 5th. So we'd have a combined quota there. And then splitting the 0-2-1, 0-2-2 early back to 0-2-1 and 0-2-2 separately. I think those would be the only, and then also the 171, 173 early, mid, late structure, would need to change that back to just early and late and combine the quota for those season dates. To my recollection, those would be the only ones that'd be affected on the non-resident guided.
Cody, do you have the season dates for 0-2-1 and 0-2-2 when they're split?
So for the 0-2-1 would be December 21st to January 1st. And for 0-2-2 would be October 5th to November 5th.
What was the dates on 0-2-1 again? I'm sorry.
December 21st to January 1st.
And a question for you, and I think this applies, and when we look at if we were to take out the mid-season in Area 17, you have a total of 20 tags there.
One correction there on the 033 late. That would be a combined unit as well, combined season date. We just have the late on the non-resident guided.
It'd just be one season in 033 from
Correct. And then back to the 171. So yeah, originally that would have been a quota of 16 for the 171, 173 early, and the late would be the same, quota of 4. Plus the date change.
Any questions for Mr. Schroeder on the CR 19-12? I'll take it out to public comment. Public comment in Las Vegas.
No comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Any public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Public comment in Reno? I'll bring it back. So if we adjust the CR 19-12 based upon what was done on the deer seasons, we would combine 011 and 013 early and late into one hunt, the same for 014. We would split the 021 and 022 hunts. The 033 would just be one hunt with the dates of October 5th to November 5th. And then you would have a early season in 17 from October 5th to October 20th with a late season from October 21st to November 5th. Did I capture all the changes? Cody?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then
you'd.
Then obviously have to adjust the quota.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's my next question. In Area 17, total of 20 tags, with 16 of them being in the early and mid, being proposed with 4 in the late. Would the department want to see that same kind of proportionate distribution? Meaning more earlier rather than late?
Yeah, I mean, the way we've said it before is, I mean, it basically is just a formula based on the number of tags we had in those 2 different seasons before. And it would, as far as I know, it would still break out to be 16 early and 4 late. There was 43 total tags issued last year in early, in 171, 173 early, and 13 late. And the quote.
Would it be fine for the department if we're going to combine the early and late in 011, for example, to just take the 2 and the 1 proposed quotas and make it 3?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Valentine.
Mr. Schroeder, on the Unit 17, 171, 173 late, on the, I believe on the approved, unless, did we stay with the end date?
No, we went it to November 5th.
Okay, all right. Stands.
Further questions, comments, motion? Commissioner McNinch?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve CR 19-12, 2019-2020 restricted non-resident guided antlered mule deer seasons and quotas and illegal weapon hunt 1235 as presented with the following exceptions. 011 through 013 combine into one hunt. Season 10-5, October 5th through November 5th with a quota of 3. 014 combine with the season of, or combine the early and late season into one with the season of October 5th through November 5th and a quota of 2. 021 through 022 early and 021, 022 late to be split out into two seasons. 021 to two areas rather, 021 with a season of December 21st through January 1 with a quota of 1, 022 October 5th through November 5th with a quota of 1, 033 late to be 033 with a season of October 5th through November 5th. Yes, that's right. 171 through 173 mid to be removed. 171 through 173 early with the dates October 5th through October 20th and a quota of 16. 171 through 173 late with the season October 21st through November 5th with a quota of 4.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Barnes. Thank you for that motion, Commissioner McNinch. Everyone clear on the motion? Cody, was that clear enough?
One point of clarification on the 033, I got the season dates. I did not catch the quota
I'm sorry, I
Just-
probably didn't say quota of
of
1.
one. Okay.
Everyone clear? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. That will close agenda item 19H. And why don't we take a 15-minute break for everyone? Thank you, Cody, Mike, for all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everyone could find their seats. Where's Tom? There's Tom. It's all right. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 19I, Commission Regulation 19-03, 2019 Black Bear Seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will consider adopting 2019 hunting season dates, open management units, hunting hours, special regulations, animal sex, legal weapon requirements, hunt boundary restriction, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear. Mr. Jackson.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I apologize if I sound a little faint. I must
I
admit.
think the mic's not on.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I apologize if I sound a little faint. I must admit that I'm as hungry as a bear. I'm here to provide the season recommendations. And I must admit, I'm going to have a little more of a background with the harvest from this previous year. But the case in point, we're not recommending any changes from the 2018 season. The same unit groups and seasons for 19, 20, and 291 and 203. In the 2018 season, we saw 3 females, 11 males harvested, with a mean age of 6.5 for males and 5 for females, which resulted in 21% female harvest. We used 3 harvest criteria to look at this. At the end, I'll present this to you on a 3-year average, which is what we base our recommendations off of. But for this year, 21% female harvest would be considered light. I'm sorry, a 21% female harvest would be considered light. A mean female age of 5 years is considered stable, and a mean male age of 6.5 years is considered a light harvest. And looking at that from a 3-year average, 34% females in the harvest is considered stable. A mean female age of 6.3 years and a mean male age of 6.1 years is both considered a light harvest. And with that, the department recommends that you adopt Commission Regulation 1903, 2019 black bear seasons as presented. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions before public comment? Commissioner Hubbs?
I have a question. I think you know what it is, Mr. Jackson, because I tried to email it to you and I don't think we had an opportunity to speak. But based on the information that was provided to us through some secondary research that was conducted on the black bear, specifically in terms of the type of population that it was, being a metapopulation mixed in with the California population. I'm just concerned and wanting to know what the recent fires in July and August that occurred in California that took fairly substantial habitat from the black bear population might, how that might impact the Nevada population here.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. Commissioner Hubbs, I did receive that, and yeah, we just weren't able to get a hold of one another on the phone. So the paper you're referencing, this is the title, Natural Rewilding of the Great Basin, Genetic Consequences of Recolonization of Black Bears. And if you punch that into a search engine, you'll be able to find it. But the highlighted portion, moreover, bears occupying recolonized areas experience asymmetric gene flow, yield strong support for a model of genetic connectivity that is best described as a metapopulation. What you can take from this paper is that the bears in California and the bears in Nevada are one population, one metapopulation. I reached out to my counterpart, Justin Dellinger in California. His title only, he formally is only in charge of wolves and mountain lions. However, their black bear position is vacant at the moment. I discussed the fires with him. He did not see them posing any sort of population level impact, and they are not recommending any changes to their hunt seasons, quotas, etc.
Any additional questions for Mr. Jackson? Seeing none, take it out for public comment starting in Las Vegas.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jana Wright, speaking in opposition to the bear hunt. It is my opinion that the department has not shown that the hunting of bears to be a management tool, but is simply a hunter opportunity to kill an iconic animal, thus a trophy hunt. We know the bear hunt is quite controversial. It was acknowledged yesterday during the Wildlife Values Report that human dimension science is a hard science, and Nevadans are changing their views on wildlife. Opposition to the bear hunt reflects this change. The department has acknowledged that time and money is spent by staff addressing various requests for information from the department, and I would imagine bear topics are near the top of that list. If there was no bear hunt, the department and commission would have time to discuss other topics. The North American model for wildlife conservation mentions 7 sisters. One sister states, wildlife can only be killed for legitimate purposes. Trophy hunting violates this tenet. Hunting bears does not alleviate the human-bear conflict. We should all focus on a collaboration to require communities in bear country to use bear-resistant trash containers. Use of dogs to hunt bears is a violation of fair chase, and in my opinion, a violation of NRS 503.010. Dogs wearing transmitting collars. Hunters use this information from the dogs that chase the bears to find the bears. Statute says it's unlawful to harass animals, and harass is defined as to molest, chase, rally, concentrate, herd, intercept, torment, or drive. For these reasons, I oppose the bear hunt and request the commission to not authorize the season for 2019-2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Additional public comment in Las Vegas?
This is Stephanie Myers for the record. NDOW counts, I believe, 62 bear deaths in 2018 from a mix of car accidents, Carl Lackey and his staff killing nuisance bears, and the hunters killing 14. Brian Wakeling and his biologists consistently say that killing any more than 10% of a species based on the guesstimates of their population is biologically irresponsible and unsustainable. Mr. Wakeling and his people claim that we have 459 bears in Nevada. Yet just a few short years ago, the same NDOW people, such as Pat Jackson and Carl Lackey, were claiming that the guesstimate population was 600 to 800. So obviously the population is headed in the wrong direction to sustain an annual hunt. So if we lost 62 bears in 2018, and the Nevada population is only 459, we lost 13.5% of the bears. So how is this prudently managing wildlife for the public interest? Even if 14 weren't killed by hunters, we'd still be above the 10% population threshold with 48 bear deaths out of the guesstimated population of 459, or 10.5% decline. There is no science-based wildlife management reason for a bear hunt at all. It is not biologically responsible and sustainable by your own definition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Additional public comment in Las Vegas?
That concludes public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. Any public comment in Elko?
No public comment in Elko.
Public comment in Reno?
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Our cab voted unanimously to support this hunt.
We would like the following change, however, for the indoctrination course to be changed from Saturday, August 17th, 2019 to July 27th, 2019, so it does not have a conflict with further, archery season, any other hunting seasons. And keep the Saturday, September 7th, 2019 as is. Thank you.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County. Nye County, CAB, we support this, and I personally support it also. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in Reno?
Jonathan Les, Washoe County Commission. On behalf of the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance, we prepared some written comments. I understand maybe there's some confusion if you've all received them. If you haven't, I'd be glad to furnish them again. I'd like to go over some of the more salient points in the letter we wrote. Largely, the harvest composition for this last year was excellent. As Staff Specialist Pat Jackson pointed out, the sow harvest has been greatly reduced. I'd like to speak to the use of dogs to hunt bears. The less than 10% of the harvest accomplished with the use of dogs was sows. So out of the 11 bears harvested with the use of dogs, only one was a sow. You'll notice improvements to average age of bears harvested with the use of dogs. 100 days on average were 8.5 days per harvest. And so at those rates, that effort, we're approaching some of our sheep hunts. So it is contradictory to this notion of fair chase, or certainly an easy accomplishment. It takes a lot of doing, a lot of effort. And I would also like to point out that 100% of bears harvested with the use of dogs, the meat was utilized, compared to the total bear harvest at 93%. Only one bear was not utilized for the meat. So we've got a very rich history in this nation of bears and bears as a food source. I don't think that's counterintuitive to our North American model of wildlife conservation. In fact, if you look at some of the historical record, the utilization of bear meat was prized, certainly by early settlers as one. It was prized. The historical literature bears reference to that fact, and as well as the utilization of deer. Largely, that resource was valued for buck skin as opposed to the meat, whereas bears were cherished not just for meat, but also for the fat. So I'd like to shift the narrative as much as I can that this is within context of fair chase, within context of the history of the North American model of wildlife conservation. Going back to the peer-reviewed document just referenced, bears are rewilding all on their own. It's a wonderful thing. Habitat is largely improved, certainly in the Tahoe Basin. So we're seeing expansion of a species, an iconic species, and if I could, I'd ask that you please go back and consider some of the attachments to our letter, especially the bear conflict management guidelines that we presented. That was prepared by two of the four authors of that are NDOW staff. It's a wonderful document, but you'll see just how nuanced bear conflict management is, and it's not easy. And so, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience. Hi, I'm Kathy Smith from Washoe County. I'm obviously against the season on the bears. According to NRS, a hunt can be ended without science data, cannot be ended without science data collected by the department. We now have a scientific study confirming that the majority of citizens of Nevada do not support this bear hunt. Only 30% of Nevadans are supportive. Only 13% of Nevada's population supports the use of hounds. Only 30% of those classified as traditionalist. The message could not be any clearer. So I request that we do not have a season in 2019 or have it shortened to one day. There is no management goal of this hunt. A total of 62 bears were killed last year, and we are losing more than 10% of our bear population from all causes. Bear hunting has been found to be additive, not compensatory. I have never seen a study in Nevada to determine that Nevada's bear hunt is not additive as well. More than 10% is a big number for a very small edge population made up of approximately 2/3 male. And unfortunately, the matrix that keeps being used from year to year doesn't have enough statistical power to even determine that there is a problem until too late. I did bring several photos with me today. I apologize that 2 of them are brown bears. I didn't think about having black bears. Which of these photos do you think would be best to interest people in wildlife? How bears, lions, and other predators are treated in this state is exponentially worse than sheep. So a fascinating but much appreciated discussion earlier. I hope many of you remember that a lot of people have been drawn into commission meetings from the controversy of the bear hunt. They come to a meeting or two, learn the futility of the process, and are not seen again. I would argue prior commissions have missed opportunities to get more people involved. Is it worth it? Will this commission miss those opportunities as well? You now have the data. Are you going to act on it or continue to ignore it? To paraphrase General Colin Powell, the day the people stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or have concluded that you don't care. Either case is a failure of leadership. Thank you.
For the record, Elaine Carrick. I'd like to comment on the briefing that you heard yesterday from Secretary Wasley on America's Wildlife Values Report, and I'll be speaking to that in relationship to the regulation that you're adopting today on the black bear season. I wanted to thank the department for following up on this survey, which was ordered probably over a year ago. This report on our wildlife showed that 49% of the people surveyed in Nevada do not support managing bears by hunting them. What also stood out to me is that 63% of survey participants, which included both hunters and non-hunters combined, did not support using dogs to hunt bears. This report represents the social science issue of hunting our bears. The 49% people that were surveyed value our small population of bears and prefer to manage them through a non-lethal policy. Our NRS 501181 talks about closing a season based on scientific data. Shouldn't a closure also consider social science as well as biological data? These regulations that you're considering to adopt today do not take into consideration the new information that the Wildlife Values Report had, and it shows that the public really has a lack of support for this bear hunt. Regarding you just received this information and making changes may take time, please consider for today shortening the hunt to 1 month or 1 day, or put the number of the hunt at 0. If you can't do that today because of some of the regulations that we have, I hope that you will make this the last year of the bear hunt, which would acknowledge the results of this report regarding the management of our bears. The public does not support hunting its bears. Thank you very much.
Rex Flowers is representing myself as a member of the general public for the last 69 years, a member of the sporting community for the last 58 years, a member of conservation groups for the last 45 years. I fully support this season. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
My name is Catherine Bricker. Thank you for receiving my comments. I'd like to, as a member of the former Bear Committee, extend thank you to the commission, to those commissioners who served on the Bear Committee, as well as to Deputy Director Robb and Director Wasley for completing what was very important to people who hold my perspective on the bear hunt. It was important going into the Bear Committee meetings that we could define what the purpose of the bear hunt was, and that is in the published findings, that it is a recreational opportunity and currently in the past has served no other management purpose. And now we have finally completed what our other request was, is that we really do have a scientific assessment of Nevadans' attitudes towards the bear hunt. And we think the commission and the committee have done a stellar job in their choice of researchers and could not, independent of what the outcome showed, we could not be more happy with the process they exhibited and the collaborative effort shown by various stakeholders. And so I'd like to acknowledge that first. Much of what I was going to comment today has been covered, so I'll try to be brief. I too support either shortening the season to not at all or 1 day. For three primary reasons. The first has to do with that we're seeing an upward trend in our total mortality of bears. I think some of us have crunched the numbers a bit differently, but with 62 bears killed this year, using an average of Brian Wakeling's numbers to you over the past several years, I came up with 14%. But at any rate, we all, I think, agree that once you hit that 10% level of total mortality, the hunt is becoming unsustainable. Additionally, we have had past independent reviews by Dr. Rick Hopkins and Dr. Steve Stringham, which we have presented to the commission, and they have further cautioned us that it's inherently risky to hunt small populations. The sample size, they say, is so small that often problems cannot be detected easily 10 years out, and by then you've crashed the population and it's too late. We have still not seen convincing information that we are really getting the fill-in from California bears, even if we might be a genetic extension of that population. Our second reason has to do with the fact that we do now have scientific data that Nevadans do not support the bear hunt or the predominant method by which the bears are being killed, which is the use of hounds. This past season, we saw 12 of 14 bears killed using hounds, 72% overall, and yet 63% of Nevadans oppose this method, and only 13% support it. The third reason is the black bear hunt, as indicated by the published findings of the Endow Bear Committee, exists for the sole purpose of recreation. And we just do not feel that, given all this evidence, is a sufficient reason to continue it. And we thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bricker. Additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Comments? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, thank you. I did take time, even though I just received the results, to look through both the Nevada state report and the national report, which were so interesting and so meaningful to me after I've been here so many years talking about this issue. It shed a lot of light on, in my position, serving the general public, how hard it is to go to a commission meeting and have to talk about something like the bear hunt, knowing that many things that are addressed by the general public will just simply be kind of put aside, and we're going to move forward with our agenda, which has already been determined. And if we talk about this ever-presence of public dismay, we're told that it's not scientific, and that's difficult. So it was nice to see the survey results come in, calling it a hard science, which I believe it is. And I feel very confident with the results. I do feel it in my position from the comments that I have. The survey data seems to really support what the general public is feeling. And I am to a point where I feel very confident that I no longer believe we should be having this hunt. That's how far I have come, and I'm willing to say it on record today. And I would be more than happy to shorten the season, but I'm 1 vote out of 9 up here. So if anybody would like to put forward a shortened season for the bear hunt, I would be more than happy to vote in favor of shortening it. If we go ahead with a status quo or do anything more excessive than that, of course, I will not be in favor of that.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Pat, I guess I had a couple of quick questions for you, maybe just one question. The idea of the mortalities, where we have these 62 mortalities, and we have this, this 10% threshold concept. I know we've had some conversations about them, but maybe not you and I directly, but as part of the discussions on the bear stuff. Give me your feelings on that. I'd just like to hear what your...
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I must admit, I have not read all black bear harvest papers out there. I don't know where the 10% harvest statistic is coming from. However, that said, referencing the 3 metrics that we have in place, the percentage of adult female and the mean age of males and females, understanding a population estimate, and it's kind of like a checking account where, oh, okay, I have this much money and this much came out. Obviously, predator populations are cryptic. They're hard to make inference on, and so we're using these 3 metrics. So when we have additional mortalities of other sorts, if it's vehicle collisions, urban wildlife conflicts, a lightning strike, whatever it is, that's still a removal from that population that would be represented in our harvest. And so we would see a decrease in average male age. We would see a decrease in average female age. We would see an increase in overall female harvest. And so because we're not seeing those, and because of the recent publication from California saying it's really just one big cookie, it's just a smaller aerial footprint of it is in Nevada, I don't believe that that's a concern.
Okay, I guess I'm not sure that I've had the time to completely process it myself. I appreciate the perspective on it. I appreciate the thought process for sure. And I do understand your point. For me personally, and here we go, the broken record from me on this one again, is I struggle with the concept that we're going to be able to identify that the population is headed south in a timely manner, and I just can't get off of that. This just kind of adds to those concerns, and I understand with these other variables, debating the hounding issue, putting that aside, I'm just not sure how that influences the take and a spot and stock versus baiting versus all these other things. I'm just not sure how those how those influence. I'm not sure if those override the fact. I'm not sure if a certain aspect of the population is more vulnerable to being treed, being hounded. I just don't know. So I haven't deviated from where I've been for a lot of years, and it's no secret that I won't support any of this. And I guess I will say, considering what happened a couple years ago when we were talking about the seasons, you're on the fence. Do you vote for a reduction in something because it's better than what you've got now, at the risk of showing that you still disapprove of the overall hunt? I don't know, but I'd certainly be open to changes in the season myself. And anything else, I have to agree with Commissioner Hubbs on that. And it's a weird place. You find yourself voting for things that you may not otherwise be in favor of if it was at ground zero. So anyway, that's where I stand on it.
Additional comments? Vice Chairman Valentine?
Well, I tend to listen to the biologists, the experts, and maintain that this is a management tool, and but I'm hopeful that at some point in time, we have a true population number that we can rely on. And I'm hopeful that Mr. Jackson's study, upcoming study, can indicate that to us. So we are setting seasons, so I'm comfortable with what we're looking at.
Additional comments? Seeing none, I just want to make one comment. I do listen to people who I may disagree with, and the disagreement should not be viewed as futility. And it said, that was the comment that, you know, it's futile to come in here and the futility of the process. I don't think people disagreeing with one another should be considered that makes the process futile. I do listen, I just disagree. I rely on the department. I've said this before, I don't put in for a bear tag. It's just a personal preference of mine, something I don't want to do, but I don't think that I should take my personal preference of something that I don't want to do and then tell others they shouldn't. We've had this hunt. I'm encouraged by the numbers we saw from Mr. Jackson today in terms of the age and classification of the bears that were taken during the hunt. And I think that it's one of the benefits of using dogs is that we're seeing that you're having a higher rate of males being taken and older bears being taken. We're not alone. You know, we heard today, you know, there are a lot more bears hunted in California than here. There's a lot of bears hunted in this country in many different states and around the world. So I don't want people to think the process is futile. I think there's just a disagreement, and that's where we are. So any additional comment? I'd make a motion to approve CR 19-03, the 2019 black bear season as presented by the department.
Second.
I have a motion by Chairman Johnston, a second by Vice Chairman Valentine. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-2 with Commissioners McNinch and Hubbs dissenting.
Excuse me, Chairman. Before we proceed to the next item, I need to redial into Las Vegas and Elko.
Just let me know when we're ready.
Okay, thank you. Right, because I'm not letting it. Just let me make the call, then I'll tell you what we need to do.
Welcome. This service is provided by freeconferencecall.com. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign. If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN followed by the pound. Thank you. There is one host in this conference. Please announce yourself.
Reno. Do I have Las Vegas or Elko on the line?
Yeah, Velco.
Thank you.
Las Vegas.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Chairman, we are good to go.
We're good to go? Okay. So we'll go on to agenda item 19J, Commission Regulation 19-04, 2019-2020, Mountain Lion Season and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. For possible action, the commission will consider adopting 2019-2020 mountain lion hunting season, open units, harvest limits by unit group, hunting hours, and special regulations. Mr. Jackson.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I'm here to recommend seasons and harvest limits for mountain lions. If you look at a map, this is what we are recommending, a statewide limit of 245 and a unique 2-cat limit for Unit 091. The reason for that is we have an interstate agreement with Utah and share that area. Referencing Andresen et al. 2012, who used our harvest samples to identify 5 genetic subpopulations. We took these and snapped them with our management areas. So we have the west population, the north population, the east, central, and south. And then she did not identify, but we identified a 6 known as a transient. It's not great mountain lion habitat. We do have a few cats harvested in there, but it's not genetically a subpopulation. But from a management perspective, that's what we look at. And so with that, annually, I look at 3-year averages of overall female harvest and adult female harvest to see if any 3-year average exceeds 35 or 50% respectively. We haven't seen that. The only thing that might raise an eyebrow would be the transient population in orange on the right each year, or the northern population in this most recent year. But we are not exceeding any of those overall limits. And so if we were, I would recommend a unique harvest limit for that genetic subpopulation. But because we are not, I am not, and so this is just reference for what the CR looks like. We do have closed units, including the Sheldon 033. We still recommend no change, 1 animal per tag, 2 tags per license holder. Hunting hours are anytime, day or night, and hunter or guide must call into our 1-800 number to make sure that the statewide and 091 units are still open. And with that, we recommend to the Commission to adopt Commission Regulation 1904, 2019-2020 mountain lion seasons and harvest limits as presented.
Questions for Mr. Jackson? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Mr. Jackson, I wanted to know how many lions were taken through the predation management plan for 2018?
I don't have the predator report in front of me, but if you'll give me a moment, I'll pull it up.
That's horrible.
Looks like we had 13 mountain lions removed from Project 2201. We had no mountain lions removed under Project 22074. Under Project 37, looks like another 12, 4 by Wildlife Services, the 5th in the Jacksons, another 2 in the Delamars at 7, and then another 5 in the Snowstorm, so 12, I believe 13, so 25.
So 25 total?
Yes.
Okay. And then in addition to the 25 total that are taken through predation management, how many are taken due to being problematic. Do you have the Wildlife Management Services go out and take problematic lions? Is that correct?
Wildlife Services does remove mountain lions on behalf of landowners and livestock producers. I don't have those numbers easily in front of me. I believe I have some spreadsheets, but I would need a break to pull that up.
And the northern subpopulation, is that in the same area in which the one management area was, where we, for the predation management plan, where you switched from lethal tick to monitoring?
Yes.
Is that the same area, just because the numbers are down in general there, in the north?
So 074, Hunt Unit 074 is found in the genetic subpopulation we refer to as the northern unit. We are not removing mountain lions because they do not seem to be focusing on bighorn sheep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we'll take it out to public comment, starting in Las Vegas.
Stephanie Myers for the record. When it seems that every other project in the predation management plan starts with the lethal removal of the mountain lion, and when the mountain lion season is every single day of the year with hunting hours anytime, day or night, I would just like to voice my completely futile objection to the mountain lion hunt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Mr. Chair, Jana Wright for the record. I would just like to voice my opposition to the mountain lion season and harvest limits. It seems like we go through mule deer and elk and sheep and have lengthy conversations, and when it comes to the lion, it's a very quick presentation and it's status quo. So I object. I would like to see the department provide more information on exactly where the lions are being taken, from what units, and 24/7 hours to hunt. I just don't get it. But thank you for taking my comments under consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any additional public comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Public
that
comment?
concludes comment in Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. Public comment in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. Public comment in Reno?
Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Our cab voted unanimously to support this hunt. With a couple changes, we would like the 033 hunt added to, from the closed units to the open unit, due to the secretarial memo that we mentioned earlier. I mean, we did vote to hunt deer, antelope, California bighorn sheep on the Sheldon. We should be, exercise our right to manage all big game species on the lands that we're allowed to manage species. We also would like to increase the limit of mountain lions from 2 tag maximum per person to 3, to allow the houndsmen to, be able to harvest a lion, but not, be able to have another tag in their pocket to, if they see a second one, to be able to continue to chase lions throughout the season. And we have a harvest limit of 245 lions a year. We come around 180, usually, more or less harvested. If we could raise the limits so the people that actually do actively chase lions can harvest an extra lion, maybe we won't have to use the predator management fees as much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rex Flowers from Washoe County. I'd like to explain on that 3 tag limit. I did ask that of the County Advisory Board, and that came out of discussions I had with several houndsmen out of central Nevada. and a couple of houndsmen out of the Washoe County area that, while they have 2 tags that they can use, they will use 1 tag, and very few individuals will use that second tag to harvest because their dogs are bred to run. And their dogs, they want to be able to let their dogs in the field and work their dogs on a regular basis. Just like any other individual might want to take Fifi to the local dog show on a regular basis. That's what the dog's all about. So there have been times when some of these people who are houndsmen have come across a second cat that they would take if they had the opportunity to continue to work their dogs and let their dogs do what they love to do. But they shy away from taking that second cat. And all of these different houndsmen I've talked to have been very adamant about. They feel that they are very good stewards of taking care of populations of cats. You'll notice that they do not want to go out and kill young cats, and they don't want to disturb what's out there. They feel that they are some of the best stewards of the cat populations and the managers of those populations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Lesperance, Washoe County, on behalf of myself. There's a new book out called Path of the Puma, put together by Jim Williams of Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. It's a fantastic, very informational yet thrilling to read account of the recovery of mountain lions in North America and into South America as well, where they're the same species of animal. If you're not inclined to read the book, I suggest listening to a podcast that Stephen Ranella did with Jim Williams. I guarantee if you're fascinated by mountain lions, you'll learn something. A very compelling discussion, lively topic. What I would like to point out as a key consideration that Jim Williams has come to, himself not being a mountain lion hunter, but a biologist, he said that the recovery of mountain lions in North America has hinged on one user group specifically, and that's houndsmen, recreational hunters. The reason is, and as I've presented to this board in years past, hunting promotes biophilia. You tend to become enthralled and infatuated and invested in the propagation and relative abundance of the species which you pursue. And houndsmen are no exception to that. They have largely advocated for more intelligent, more scientific harvest limits, seasons, structures. Even the Panthera Puma project has acknowledged that when they go and advocate for a reduction in female quotas in areas in Wyoming, the houndsmen are their chief advocates. So I'd like to leave you with those considerations. Another thing that Jim Williams is quick to point out is that there is no demonstrable harm either in stress induction or in life cycle behavior modifications from the use of hounds. And he kind of is humorous, and he said, we use the exact same dogs to accomplish mountain lion research as houndsmen and women, I should say, to hunt lions. So much of what we know about mountain lions today is virtually completely possible through the use of hounds. The alternative to acquiring that data is through trapping. So I would like to point out those two things, and obviously I'm in support of the season structure and the quota. I would ask that this board consider asking the department to update the mountain lion management plan. I think we are in need of a comprehensive overview. The Andresen study from 2012 admits within that text that those conclusions are too preliminary to base for management objectives. It doesn't mean we shouldn't take it further. In fact, the opposite, we should take it further. We should know our genetic subcultures and structures and set more justifiable and defensible quotas and season lengths. Thank you.
Thank you. Any? Ladies first.
Thank you. Chrissy Pope, Nye County, but I want to let you know that our Nye County CAB supported this hunt, and we also asked to increase the tags to 3. On a personal note, I have been hunting lions with my dad since I was 12 years old, and I thank Nevada for allowing my father to build me into the woman I am today. I'm a survivor. I'm a proud hound owner of 8. My dogs are loved. I have never lost a dog on a hunt, nor from a lion. Are lions beautiful? Yes, they need to be managed, but they need to be managed. They're a predator. I have been called by several sheep, goat, chicken, donkey owners in central Nevada of lions killing their livestock. If I didn't chase them, then they would just come back to kill the family animals and their livestock. If we didn't hunt them, then I don't believe that Nevada has the funds to add more to their predator fee to actually manage these lions, and giving us the opportunity to hunt them and stuff keeps them managed. When I'm actually out there hunting and stuff, it gives me, hunting with my dogs, it gives me an opportunity to figure out, is this just a cub that got lost or separated from his mother? I don't have to shoot him. You know, just managing them away from, you know, the livestock owners and stuff is good enough. If I don't chase them, all they're going to do is just continue to come back. So I have, you know, chosen to not kill a lion or to kill a lion because it's just going to continue to come back. And unfortunately, I feel like, not unfortunately, but I feel like I am also helping out with hunting with hounds and tracking as being helping with the predator plan. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. For the record, Larry Johnson, representing myself. I am in favor, definitely, of the season and harvest limits as presented by the department. Our mountain lion populations of the state are more than alive and healthy. They may be at historic highs. I had the distinct honor of working with Allison Andreessen for 3.5 years on our mountain lion research. I've inventoried over 150 lion kills throughout the northwestern mountains. Captured, tranquilized, collared, held them in my arms. They're magnificent animals. But like any resource, they do require management. So many of our mountain ranges here in northwestern Nevada particularly our deer populations are just in the tank. The Paras that I live in are a classic example, okay? I've got lion tracks behind my house, behind my barn, practically every month. I can't go chukar hunting anywhere without seeing lion tracks. Compare that to a short 50 years ago chukar hunting in Nevada, where it was extremely rare and it was novelty to find a lion track, okay, in the wintertime. Now you see a lion track practically every time you're in the mountains. Again, magnificent animals. I hold them in the highest esteem and so forth. But at the same time, we need significant management of these very efficient predators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Don Moldavino. I gave you some information previously. I assume it's been distributed, a letter and some attachments. And I just want to make sure you understood what the attachments are. The first item, which I call number 1 on what I distributed to you, is the department's consistent estimate as to what the lion population is in this state, at least with respect to the base population. The department will claim there are birth pulses and we have over 2,000 lions when the young are born. but the young often don't make it to adulthood, and we're killing lions all the time. So we also have a death pulse, and therefore what the department has represented as approximately 1,500 lions is probably a pretty good, accurate assessment, and it's been steady for several years. People like Mr. Lackey have affirmed this in public. I have records of that. So it looks like the number is fairly specific as to what we have. The item number 2 that I gave you is a review of the harvest spreadsheet that the department prepares every year, where everybody that kills a lion brings the animal in for a look. And whoever inspects the lion checks their teeth, toes, and whatnot. And this lists the kinds of injuries demonstrated by Nevada lions from the year 2000 through the year 2017. I've shown the types of injuries, the percentages, and so on. You can review that. By the way, in California, all the lions in California live and die with all their toes and their teeth. It's a very rare occurrence to see a mountain lion in California without that. The number 3 item is Andreessen's abstract, so you can actually read what she said. Contrary to what Mr. Johnson just said, she is concerned about the impact of trapping activity on lions and has made some recommendations that would go well into a management plan, which a previous speaker spoke about. The 4th item is a GIS map showing the location in Nevada where mountain lions killed by hunters and brought to the department showed evidence of trap and snare injury during the very same years that Andreessen did her research. This is to demonstrate that, contrary to some department idea that her results were anomalous, it was happening all over the state. The 5th and 6th, the 5th items are simply threshold items. You've heard threshold comments before. If you look at those, and as well the 6th and 7th items, these refer to the threshold concept, and you can decide what you make of that. Finally, the photographs I gave you are NDOW photographs. NDOW has well over 100 such photographs from 2.5 years of lion trapping activity locally. So those are all your photographs. I didn't make any of it up. Thanks.
Thank you. Any final public comment in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Hubbs?
Just to go over this season again for mountain lions, it's open season pretty much, but that's by statute. I think somebody told me that a while ago. Is that correct, or do we regulate that? Is the season set by statute specifically for mountain lion?
No.
Okay.
You do that.
Okay, we do that through regulation. For some reason, there was something distinct about mountain lions in statute, or at least I was told that from, I think, somebody from the general public. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't seasons or something of that nature. Okay. We talked about the way that they breed, though, and I remember in the past discussing that they actually breed throughout the year at times, but then when I looked at some alternative literature, they do say there is a pulse, and if there was a pulse described, it was between June and August. Is that correct?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I failed to be able to summon the scientific word to reference an animal that can breed year-round and make me sound smart. However, they do that, and they do have a birth pulse in the summer months.
Has the department ever considered limiting the season during at least the period of time in which they have that birth pulse? I mean, I guess it's contrary to our predation management plan, but it seems like if we're trying to manage them, why would we? I mean, if we were, it's kind of hard to understand, to disentangle this from predation management to me and managing for hunting and not see that it's all the same thing, really.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I would say I can kind of lump mountain lion harvest into 2 general groups. One would be a ungulate big game hunter that just purchases a mountain lion tag and takes that mountain lion opportunistically when he sees them. That would kind of also be lumped with maybe somebody that's hunting other predators and calls a lion in, or someone with dogs that goes out and actively pursues mountain lions. The latter is a more common hunter method of take. And I have not surveyed Nevada houndsmen, but I would say from looking at the harvest statistics, it's very safe to say that the mountain lion hunter harvest in the state is dependent upon snow. And so you have very, very few, if any, people actively pursuing mountain lions during the summer months.
Additional comments? Commissioner Holmberg?
Yeah, just a comment on those season lanes. You're right, there's not very many. If you look at the harvest data, there's not very many lands that are harvested during those summer months. But the houndsmen do take that opportunity. One of the things about hounds is that they seem to like to chase everything. And part of the training is to limit. You know, that is part of the training period that they utilize to break them from running anything other than a lion.
A follow-up question. In regard to, oh gosh, I'm going to lose my train of thought here. Maybe come back to me. I was going to circle around, and I actually, after you were saying that, I was listening to you. It'll come back to me, but go ahead if somebody else has something to.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that when the reg was originally put in place, that was the exact conversation is that the take on the lions was relatively low. You know, that June, July, August type time frame, just, you know, largely because people had other things going on, and but mostly because of the snow cover. But in the last, you know, a large part of the time that I've been here, there's been a lot of talk about refining and you know, continuing to you know, try to understand how to estimate the population and you know, continue to learn about the lions and continue to build a progressive, modern management plan for them. And I appreciate what the department has done and what they've been doing, but it just doesn't seem like there's been a lot of information added. And I know when Mr. Lesperance was up here a little while ago, encouraging that we continue down that path. I sure hope that we can, and I sure hope that we see, we at least acknowledge what we come up with, whether it's good or bad, at least come in. It just feels like we're in the same place all the time with them. You know, they're a predator, they're efficient. We know that, and I wish we could move the body of knowledge a little bit, a step further, understand them a little bit better, and continue to fine tune like we do, like we try to do with everything else. And I know those efforts are out there. Maybe it takes 10 times that effort to do it with lions because they're not an easy species to study. That's for sure. I think we'd all acknowledge that. But you know, I've had a tolerance for the season and the quotas and stuff, and but I've also got this desire to see more from you know, at some point in time, and I guess it just feels like we're getting way down the path on that over time. It's just kind of where I'm at with it.
If I may, Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I apologize, I could not summon this from memory. Chet, the One Endow philosophy, walked up here with this piece of paper as a reminder. Both 2 tags and the seasons are set in NAC 502.307. So the only thing the commission actually can't set right now is the harvest limit and the units for harvest. So I apologize for not knowing that off the top of my head. 502.370.
My question came back to me. Sorry. So in regard to the mountain lion, because it is a predator, and some arguments I've heard in terms of the coyote is that it doesn't really matter how many we take. We don't really track them because no matter what we take, they'll always just come back. Like they're an impenetrable population. Somewhat of an argument. They're generalists, they're everywhere, they're highly adaptable. Is that the same philosophy with mountain lions? Like, we just randomly have a number, like 245 is what we take, or how did we come to that? And I guess I was a little bit nervous about the fact that there was some type of management plan back in 2012 which was interestingly noted by, I know his first name's John, and I don't know your last name offhand, so I apologize, but that seems like a really long time ago, especially with some of the comments that Dave mentioned, that perhaps those studies are not the best studies, or they haven't been legitimized.
I'm sorry, I don't understand if that was a comment or a question.
Are we going to update that plan? That's the question. And and also the 245 number, like, where does that come from? Is it just a random number, or how is that? Was that through the management plan that we just said the threshold is going to be 245 at one, if our population is this, we go up or down on a certain threshold, or is it the 35% females? Or I'm trying to just track how we come down to the 245 per year this year.
The 35% adult females, 50% overall females is gleaned from the literature. The 245 was somewhat taken from the previous recommendations where we harvested mountain lions in the southern, eastern, and western areas of the state for the regions for NDOW, so to speak. And looking back at previous harvest statistics and looking at historical overall and adult female harvest, we thought the 245 was a good number to set, since it hadn't historically been problematic with exceeding those limits. The overall and adult female.
Is the 245 derived from the mountain lion management plan? That just that historically in the past, at one point, if you went beyond 245, you noticed a change in population estimates?
No. So, for the record, it's actually 247 if you include Unit 091. What we were doing before, managing in 3 regions of the state, did not, on average, exceed the harvest limits, as I've mentioned, the adult and overall female harvest. And so we used that statewide and put what we thought was a better safety net in place, with the ability to recommend unique, more conservative harvest limits if a identified subpopulation becomes overharvested.
Just one more question, though, and in terms of the information provided by Mr. Moldy, in terms of the trapping, the incidental trapping, NDOW's monitoring those numbers every year, or if there is a mountain that actually is taken or passes a mortality through, like, it dies while they're incidentally trapped? Or are we don't trap mountain lions, it's an incidental trap, that's what I'm hearing. We hunt mountain lions, is that correct?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. That's correct. Trapping is not a lethal method of take for sportsmen, and we currently do have a project we refer to as Lions and Foothold Traps, where we have animals enter the project in a few different ways. Either the animal's trapped, and either due to circumstances, there's a female with kittens that we collect those trap data, release that animal, or if it's doable, we not only collect those data, but we also process that animal, surmise the injuries, and then put a GPS collar on it to look at movements and survival. So that's something we'll be reporting in greater detail on at a later date.
Commissioner Keel?
Thanks, Chairman. In regard to Commissioner McNitch's remarks and Mr. Lesbrandt's, wouldn't the 2 projects that you have in the Predator Management Plan go a long ways to further the 2012 study of Andresian, and in regard to the bear study as well? Wouldn't those come a long ways to beef up our estimates on population?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I don't know that the Project 45, the passive black bear estimate, will have much utility with mountain lion management, but I very much believe that Project 42, working on an integrated population model and either moving to build one or identifying additional data to collect to then build one, would be very beneficial in mountain lion management.
Comments or questions? Motion?
I move to approve Commission Regulation 19-04, 2019 to 2020 mountain lion season and harvest limits as presented by the department.
Second. Just a clarification, it's just 2019?
That's Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. It's 2019, 2020. The Mountain Lions season runs from March 1st to the last
Okay.
day in February.
All right, I was just looking at the CR, which only refers us to 2019, but, okay. I have a motion by Commissioner East, seconded by Commissioner Barnes to approve CR 1904 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. With that, we will, thank you, Mr. Jackson, move on to agenda item number 20, Sagebrush Ecosystem Council update. Chairman Johnston for possible action. An update will be provided regarding the commission's appointed designee for the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council per Nevada Revised Statute 232.162. And Secretary Wasley might help me with some background. Apparently, at one time, former Commissioner and former Chairman Drew served on the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. When he stepped down from the commission or his term expired, action was taken, or he asked Chris McKenzie, former commissioner, to serve on that. And Chris has continued to do that, but this commission has not taken formal action to continue Mr. McKenzie's role as the commission's designee on the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. And so Mr. McKenzie reached out, I believe, to the department and me, advising he's willing to do it and continue to play the role, but perhaps we need to take some more formal action to confirm that. Did I summarize that correctly,
Yes,
Mr.?
that's correct, Chairman Johnston. I believe Chairman Drew at the time had appointed or asked for Chris McKenzie to represent the commission in his stead, and then ultimately Chairman Drew left the commission, and Chris McKenzie has continued to represent the commission, representing wildlife interests on the 9-member State of Nevada Sagebrush Ecosystem Council that administers the sagebrush ecosystem, the conservation credit system. It's primarily a sage-grouse conservation effort, sage-grouse, sagebrush, and Chris McKenzie has represented the commission in that regard. However, it recently came to light that there was not a formal appointment or designation to that effect, and it was asked that this board take that up and discuss whether or not they wanted Mr. McKenzie to continue to serve in that capacity. He has indicated a willingness to do so. If so, then we'll follow up with the governor's office and make sure that that's formally recognized.
And I guess alternatively, too, if people wanted to reach out to Mr. McKenzie or have him come to the meeting or whatever needs to be done, we could do that. Commissioner Barnes first, then Commissioner McNinch.
Yes, and I've heard that Mr. McKenzie's doing an excellent job representing this commission on that council, and I think and he's willing to do it, and he's doing such a good job. I guess my feeling is I would like to leave him in place. So whatever we need to do that, I would definitely be in favor of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you guys are being very kind. I had some involvement with some responsibilities with that at one point, and we'll just get down to brass tacks that Chris has basically been taking care of me and covering me on this thing. So I appreciate you guys trying to take care of it. But Jeremy had asked me at one point to just kind of take the lead on that, and I dropped the ball, and Chris picked it up and ran with it. So I appreciate that he's done that, and I've known Chris a long time. He's 100% dependable, 100% reliable, and if he's willing to do it, then I appreciate him continuing to do that. So.
Okay. Well, it is a possible action item, so if there's no further comments or questions at this time, I will take it out to public comment starting in Las Vegas.
No comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. I know Mr. McKenzie, I'm confident wholeheartedly in his ability to represent this commission on the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. Unless people want more information, I'd be inclined to entertain a motion that we formally designate him as the Wildlife Commission's designee.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion that we designate Chris McKenzie as the designee for the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council on behalf of the commission.
Second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, seconded by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries 9-0. Move then on to agenda item number 21, future commission meetings and commission committee assignments. Secretary Wasley and Chairman Johnston for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for March 15th and 16th, 2019 in Clark County, and the commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated meeting that may occur prior to the next commission may be discussed. Commissioner or Secretary Wasley, a couple things I had. One is proposed meeting schedules for 2020 and 2021, depending upon how far out the department and the commission want to look, but we do not have a schedule for 2020, so we probably need to get that set sooner rather than later at a minimum. The public sellable lists, I believe, should be on the agenda. My preference would be to have that on the agenda as an adoption hearing. That way we either move forward with the reg as is or not. Perhaps a separate agenda item would be then the implementation on how to notify people of the rights to opt out or to keep their information private. I was thinking we were going to reach out to the cabs for input on the sequence of the season and quota setting. We might have a report from the department on that, and anything came back, or we could make that agenda item to receive input from the cabs. Could also be could seek public comment on it as well. And then what the March meeting is, waterfowl?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. A few comments, questions, and maybe some additional items. Waterfowl, well, first let me back up. The meeting is scheduled for March 15th and 16th in Clark County. In our calendar of events for the Board of Wildlife Commissioner meetings, I think waterfowl seasons and limits is probably the most prominent item on that agenda. Due to the federal shutdown, there's been some issues with the federal government posting those. We're now open for 3 weeks, assuming they can meet their obligations for posting the framework. Then we will try to do that in March, but just potential warning, we may have to do that later. Historically, we did that in August. Doing it in March now should give us adequate time to address it if we need to do it later, but we'll plan on doing it there. The draft predation management plan that was discussed here today will also be brought back before this commission, presumably with some input from the Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee as well. We'll likely have a little bit more insight as to some legislative items, and as such, I believe we'll probably have a report from the Legislative Committee. We'll also have a Wildlife Trust Fund report. Those are provided on 6-month intervals. And then also a Wildlife Damage Management Committee report is on the standing schedule for March commission meeting. We do have several committees that I believe will want to meet or potentially be meeting, including the Legislative Committee. I believe there was an expressed desire for another Public Lands Committee meeting. I'm not sure about the TAC or presently what the plan is for the Landowner Compensation Committee, but those are also two possibilities.
I was hoping to have a landowner compensation tag committee meeting. One logistical obstacle that may be to that was if it was to be, let's say, Thursday evening, that Thursday is the settlement conference in the pending litigation. So I don't know how long that settlement conference is going to go and how that will affect my ability to travel to Las Vegas to meet that committee, to make that committee meeting. I just don't know. But I do know that that settlement conference has been set for that Thursday.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, just for information on that, it's settled, it's set to start at 10, and, you know, there's no guarantees, but this particular mediator said they usually don't, with him at least, they usually don't last longer than 2 hours, so.
Okay.
One other potential complicating factor on the implementation of the direction the commission provides the department relative to the language, opt-in, opt-out language, has to do with the implementation schedule and when that draw opens. We may need to work with you to either look for alternatives or set that up in such a way. What is the date for that draw to open? It's Monday after the meeting, but if it's determined at the meeting. So we'll need to work on the logistics on that and work with you about how that may or may not happen. The accounts that are created and claimed, it depends on where in the process they're opting in or opting out. If they're going online to claim those accounts well in advance of that, there may be a subset of those individuals that aren't asked that question. So with the current schedule of the draw, that application opening, there may be a challenge there.
Okay. Anything else on that? Oh, Commissioner
Nope, that
East.
concludes the list of items I have.
Commissioner East.
Yeah, I have two items that I'd like to put out for future meetings. One is the predator hunt on Unit 033. I'd like to ask the department to come and give us a presentation on what the steps are to consider something like that for the future. And the other is that I had asked for partner presentations at one time, conservation partner presentations. We've had one, I believe, since last September. And so I'd like to ask that we get back in the habit of those. I know these are long meetings, and so if it's a long meeting, maybe we skip it and just do one quarterly or at least twice a year, but I'd really like to get back to some of those. I think there's some really great things going on with some of our NGOs. So, thanks.
Mr. Stockton, this was listed as a possible action item. Do I need to take public comment on it?
I think that would be best.
Any public comment in Las Vegas on agenda item number 21?
No public comment in Las Vegas.
How about in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Any in Reno? Mr. Dixon?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark County, sorry. Since you're going to be in Vegas, and I had brought up earlier the coyote issue, if we had, since NDOW's got an informational PSA they're coming up with, maybe if we had a short briefing on that for the public at that meeting before they roll it out, it might be nice. It would be something that would be short. You know, it'd probably be a 10 or 15-minute thing to add to the commission meeting on Friday or Saturday would be good. Most likely Saturday you would have greater participation by the public, which you generally do at that meeting. So just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And I don't think there's any action that we need to take formally. So any other comments or questions?
I have a question. Just in regard to the public lands management, I had to take a doctor's phone call when I believe Tom was speaking, and I didn't get to check in. Did we talk about the letter for the Silver State Trails? And I didn't know what the final resolution was with that.
We never really came up with a resolution because the comment period is due the 1st of February. So due to the timing, our committee really can't do much to get that done, although but the department is actively engaged. And so the way we left it is we're just gonna kind of keep an eye on it. And if at some point we can comment or do something along those lines, then we will.
Anything else? Okay, move on to agenda item number 22, public comment period. Persons wishing to speak are requested to complete a speaker's card and present it to the recording secretary. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How about Elko?
No comment in Elko?
Reno?
Sorry, I haven't been to many meetings, so I'm making up for lost time. This is Kathy Smith from Washoe County. Right now, it is perfectly legal in Nevada during bear season for a pack of dogs, unlimited in number, to chase down a bear until utter exhaustion. It is legal to allow those dogs to chew mercilessly on the bear while still alive, even aware. It is legal to shoot a bear while in a tree, resulting in the bear tumbling from the tree to the ground far below while still very much alive. There is a ton of data involving thousands of bears demonstrating that kill ratios do not change statistically with hounds, unlike they do with cougars. Right now, it is legal for a fox to be trapped by a leg hold trap for 4 agonizing days, teeth broken, raw bone exposed from the animal frantically chewing in vain attempts of escaping while starving, dehydrated, and at risk of predation. Right now in Nevada, it is legal for a coyote to be snared 365 days a year, 24/7. It struggles as the noose slowly tightens, preventing blood return from the head, eventually resulting in venous rupture and intracranial hemorrhage. If a young child's dog is killed instead, by mistake, an apology is the most that is expected. Right now in Nevada, it is legal to use a semi-automatic rifle to kill an entire field of jackrabbits, simply for target practice, as one former Nevada wildlife commissioner once proudly admitted. These facts are the current state of affairs in Nevada. They are all cringeworthy to the majority of the non-hunting public. To make things more complex, the perception of unethical hunting and trapping in Wyoming and Idaho can and will affect hunting recruitment in Nevada and elsewhere. Research on wildlife values in the U.S. and Nevada has confirmed a shift to a more mutualist orientation. Biological science helps inform what our options are, but it does not tell us what to do. This debate comes at a time when hunter numbers are in decline nationwide and have been for years. Does this commission have the leadership to reverse the trend, or will you continue the current course off a cliff, denying the need for help from other interest groups? How much data do you need to see the simple fact and act on it? Appointed state employees in the department cannot be expected to make decisions that may threaten their jobs or put friendships at stake. It will take independent leadership from hunters. Most leaders search for consensus. Genuine leaders mold consensus. Because wildlife commissions and agencies have refused to change, they continue to drift further and further away from biological and social science. Emerging predator science is being denied or ignored. It will take commissioners with insight and courage to embrace a more participatory and inclusive form of wildlife management. I ask, do we have those kind of leaders here? I have brought 2 additional photos to demonstrate the potential of wildlife watching. The first is a crowd in Yellowstone. All of these people are lined up to photograph a coyote sleeping, intermittently playing in the snow. The second photograph is of a bunch of photographers photographing bears. These are brown bears, and they easily come within 20 to 30 feet or less to the people routinely. They are not hunted. Neither the bears nor the people are scared. No bear spray or weapons required. There's a lot of potential not being realized. I hope you at least attempt to harness some of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in Reno?
Yeah, Larry Johnson, thank you. By the way, hunter participation in Nevada is up, I think, 23% this past year. I think angler participation is up over 40% this year. the answer to recruitment of more outdoorsmen, quite frankly, in my opinion, has always been we need to grow more critters. That's all. Average deer hunter draws a tag once every 3 years. We could swell our numbers tremendously just if we had more resources, and that's, quite frankly, what I've dedicated much of my life to. Along that line, I have urged the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe for over 30 years to consider reintroduction of California bighorn sheep onto the reservation, onto the lake range. This is my third run at it, and finally with success. I want to personally thank Mr. Wasley, and I don't see Mike Cox here any longer, but quite frankly, they've been instrumental in working with the tribe. A memorandum of understanding has been signed. The tribal council has signed off on that MOU. The reintroduction of California bighorns into the lake range is now scheduled for next year, this time, roughly. It's kind of fulfills one of my, as a Native American, I tell you, it fulfills one of my lifetime dreams, even though I'm not a Pyramid Lake Paiute. The tribe is presently seeking funding grants from BIA and other federal sources. I have asked statewide organizations for letters of support. Department of Wildlife has completed that. I would also like a letter of support from the commission if you would so consider. One of their wetlands biologists in their natural resource department will be making a little career shift and is seeking her master's degree in bighorn sheep management. Lake Range is tremendous bighorn sheep habitat, perhaps some of the best, if not the best, in northern Nevada. John Fremont in 1843 noted the abundance of sheep. Lake Range was one of the last documented sightings of California bighorns before their total extirpation in the lower 48 states. Again, I'd like you to acknowledge that program and support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're all hungry, I'm sorry. Jonathan Lesperance, Washoe County. To echo what Mr. Johnson just spoke upon, that's the value of an invested stakeholder group. And really, that's the value of recreational hunting opportunities, because it can foster and create those stakeholder groups that are deeply invested to the point of dedicating an entire life of service to the propagation, relative abundance of that resource. It's not lost on me that public perception is waning towards hunting, certainly towards the types of hunting that I engage in. I don't have to spend too much time on social media to realize I'm not well liked by a lot of people, despite my charming personality, I'm sure. I would caution against public perception as being a means for management. Certainly it is a hard science, but it's a hard science of a transient subject matter that's constantly in flux. I imagine everyone on this board has seen in their lifetime social values change, perhaps 360 degrees as a pendulum shifts from one extreme to the other. So please consider that the public perception, we should be cognizant of it. But before we make management decisions based on that, let's consider that it's constantly in flux. There's conversations to be had, there's management plans to draft, certainly, and let's do the rigorous work and the rigorous science, but let's not just knee-jerk towards public perception at a single snapshot point, and especially considering the value of polls and everything that we learned about polls from the 2016 election. Give it time. Give it time, maybe with the right targeted public outreach, hopefully through conversations with myself as I rub shoulders with the general public. I've had a lot of people acquiesce that, hey, maybe I'm not this horrible Neanderthal that's just out to abuse animals. Maybe there's more to it. If you come bear hunting with me, I guarantee you're going to learn a lot about bears. You're probably going to fall in love with my dogs, and you're going to work really hard and have an adventure. regardless of whether or not we even see a bear. And I just, at the risk of offering too much information, most hunting opportunities in the state are recreational. A invested user group is going to stand up for that resource. We're not managing mule deer. If you plot the population estimates from the Nevada Big Game Guidelines over the last 30 years, that graph goes one direction after about 1988. There's a couple dips, but by and large, it's going one direction. In May, when we're all here again, is anyone from Clark County going to speak up on behalf of mule deer? Who's going to speak up for that population and concern about the decline in that population? It's the invested user group that's passionate about the resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment in Reno? Seeing none, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you all.